1-2. Madam Deputy Speaker.
There will now be a moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Order, members. Members, order. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and good morning to Deputy President and all honourable members. Deputy Speaker, the first motion that we would like to read is that the House should suspend Rule 290, subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled, for purpose of conducting a second reading day on the Appropriation Bill, Bill 5, 2024, National Assembly, Section 77. Should I proceed to the next one?
We'll first deal with this one,
okay.
Honourable Chief Whip. Members, I put the motion. Any
Agreed.
party opposed to the motion? Not agreed to. The second item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority.
Can we get your ruling? What are you saying?
I say it is agreed to.
Thank you.
Honourable members, please settle down. The second item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognise the Chief Whip.
That the House notes Rule 17.1.2 of the Permanent Medical Aid Scheme rules, as amended in July 2021, states that 4 members of Parliament from the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces shall be appointed as representatives on the Permanent Board of Trustees. Further notes the resolutions of the National Council of Provinces on the 9th of July 2024 appointing Mr. K.M. Muameng as the NCOP representatives on the Board of Trustees. Thirdly, appoint Dr. A. Lothier, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. E. J. Marias of the Democratic Alliance, and Dr. S. M. Dlomo of the African National Congress as the National Assembly representatives on the Board of Trustees. And so move.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The third item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognise the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Order.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We will get there, but stop calling this comrade the chief whip of the majority party. There's no such a thing in this house. The ANC lost elections. Stop thinking you're a majority. Deputy Speaker, help them to readjust.
Honorable Ndlozi.
This is the largest party.
Honorable Ndlozi, that is a matter of opinion and a matter of semantics, whether it is majority or the largest. We will continue. Honorable Shivambu.
Deputy Speaker, it's not a matter of opinion. In the rules that we have just amended now of the National Assembly, we removed the word chief whip of the majority party because majorities means 50% plus one. It's basic. We said it's chief whip of the largest party. So let's align our vocabulary and the words that we use here. There's no chief whip of the majority. We are a chief whip of the largest party. That is how we proceed from now on. It's a principle.
Thank you, Honorable Shivambu. Before I take any further matters, I do have to say that there was a decision taken regarding this, and we are working with a guide that still refers to a chief whip of the majority party. I will therefore, in future, refer to Chief Whip Ntuli. Then we escape all that. So, Honourable Ntuli, if that is in order with you, you are Chief Whip Ntuli.
Madam Speaker.
Please proceed, Honourable Ntuli.
Madam Speaker, let me just comment on the first issue that is under discussion before we deal with the next motion. It's quite correct that this matter has arisen in the Rules Committee. But the report of the Rules Committee is yet to be processed by the House. Now, the rules are determined by the House and not by the committee. So the matter at the moment is still at that process. So I remain the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Honourable members, I think let's proceed. We're not going to have a to and fro now. Honourable Ndlozi, I'm closing the matter here. Members, we have to proceed, and I now request the Honourable Chief Whip. At this particular point, still in terms of the current rules of the majority party, to read the third order. Honourable Ndlozi, I have ruled on this matter, and you do know in terms of the rules, once I have ruled, the matter is closed. Is it a new matter?
No, Deputy Speaker, I did speak about delusions, fiction, and people who are living in a disconnection with reality. The ANC is not a majority.
Honourable Ndlozi,
There is no majority in this house.
Honourable Ndlozi, please take your seat.
GNU might be a majority, but y'all are not.
Honourable Ndlozi, please take your seat. You know the rules well. And in terms of the rules, I have made a ruling and the matter is therefore closed. We will now proceed. I recognise Honourable Ntuli.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my capacity as the Chief Whip of the majority party, I wish that the House notes the rules on the political office bearers pension fund require that after a general election, members of the National Assembly must elect 4 members as trustees and 4 alternates to serve on the Board of Trustees of the fund. And further note that the rules provide that 2 trustees and 2 alternates are members of the majority party, and the remaining 2 trustees and 2 alternates are from amongst members of the minority parties. Elects as trustees Ms. A. Ramorobeleng of the ANC, Dr. C.H.H. Hasinja of the DA, Mr. E.M. Chingila of MK, and Dr. C.P. Mulder for other parties. And fourth, elects an alternate trustee, Ms. D.R. Direko of the ANC, Mr. J.N. De Villiers of the Democratic Alliance, Mr. Ndlela of MK, and Ms. O.M.C. Matwe for other parties. That the House, okay, that's the next motion, Madam Speaker. Let me put those ones first.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The fourth item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, this is the last motion coming from the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, that the House resumes proceedings on the following bills, which in terms of Rule 333, subsection 2, lapsed on the last sitting day of the 6th Parliament, from the stage that they had reached on that date. And so, Madam Speaker, I move that the bills as listed below, from 1 up until 13, be put before the House. Thank you very much.
I now put the motion. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will now read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on Budget Vote 35, Science and Innovation 2024-25.
Honourable members, this is a report of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on Budget 35, Science and Innovation 24-25. As has been the practice with other budget reports, there will be no declarations on votes on this report, and I will allow parties to indicate their objections should they wish to do so. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip. Well, given the fact that it is our last day within this term, Honourable Members, and the rules have not been changed by the House, I will say the majority party.
Yes. No, thanks a lot, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much for reaffirming the rules as they exist. May I therefore move for this report to be adopted. Thank you.
I now put the report.
Great.
That the motion that the report be adopted. Any objections? Honourable Ndlozi.
Deputy Speaker, we object and we're calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. We have to determine whether there is a quorum which has been confirmed by the table, and party whips will be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the report of science and innovation be adopted or not, and voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be closed until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will also be able to assist if necessary. Are the party whips ready to record their votes of their members present? We then proceed. ANC.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The ANC confirms that we vote in support, and the number is 120. Thank you.
DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 78 DA members vote in favour.
MK.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is 48 and we're voting against the bill.
EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters is 28 and we are voting against. And we're disputing this number of 120 of the ANC.
Honourable
Can we count
Shivambu.
that? Can we do a manual count of the ANC numbers?
Honourable Shivambu, the table staff will check whether it is correct. IFP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The IFP present is 11 and all vote in favour.
PA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are 7 members in presence and we vote in favour. Thank you.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are 4 members present voting in favour.
Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Action SA, 6 members, and we're all in support.
ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. 1 member, and we're in support. Thank you.
UDM.
Thank you, Speaker. 1 member voting in support.
RISE.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 member voting in support.
BOSA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 members voting in support.
ATM. ATM. Not present. I move on. Al Jamar.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, 2 members in support.
NCC. NCC. We proceed. PAC.
PAC 1 voting in support.
UAT. UAT.
Speaker, UAT is absent.
Good.
1 member present voting in support.
Honourable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Before the voting is closed, Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ndlozi, I have already declared the vote closed, so sorry.
No problem. Before you announce, Deputy Speaker.
No, the voting session is closed. You
No
cannot
problem.
now
I'm
intervene.
I'm not voting.
No, it's not about voting.
How do we lodge a complaint if we do not believe the numbers that are being announced?
Honorable Ndlozi, that is something that you can take up later with the Speaker. I cannot at this point. I am asking the staff to check. But please do not interfere with the voting process and the counting process. Honourable members, I now have the results. Those voting in favour, 235. Those against, 76. It is therefore agreed to. We have, however, asked the table staff to confirm whether that is correct, but I think given the margin that we have, it will not have an effect on the outcome of this vote. Members, we now proceed, and the Secretary will now read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Appropriation Bill, Bill 5, 2024.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Ndlozi.
Please note the objection of the EFF. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The objection of the EFF will be noted.
And we call for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will now be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. A quorum has been confirmed, and the doors of the chamber will now be closed until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? Are party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? And the question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Appropriation Bill be adopted. We will now proceed. The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 136 is voting in support. Thank you.
The DA.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are...
Order, members. We cannot hear the Chief Whips. The DA, please repeat.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 79 DA members present, and we vote in favour. Thank you.
MK.
Madam Speaker, we are 43, and MK does not support the bill.
EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters is 29, and we're voting against.
IFP.
Madam Speaker, the IFP with 11 vote in favour.
PA.
Madam Speaker, the PA with 7 members in favour.
FF Plus.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the FF Plus is 4 voting in favour of the report.
Action SA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 6 and we support.
ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP is 1 in support. Thank you.
UDM.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. UDM is 2 and it's in support.
RISE.
Thank you. RISE is 1 and we support.
BOSA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 2 and we support.
ATM. Absent. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Al-Jamar's 2 and in support.
NCC. Absent. PAC.
PAC 1 in support.
UAT. Absent. Good.
Good, 1 in support.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Aye 253, no 72, no abstentions, and the question is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will now read the third order.
First reading debate, Appropriation Bill, Bill 5, 2024.
We will now proceed with the speakers list, and I invite the Honourable Chairperson of the committee, Honourable Maimane.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, honorable members, Bagaetsho dumelang. I want to say that today as we debate the Appropriations Bill, I count it indeed a real privilege to be able to chair this particular committee, and ultimately am grateful for the support of the members of the committee and the support staff, and wish to affirm that we want to take our role of ensuring that there's greater oversight on appropriations, one we take seriously and will advance with vigor going into the 7th administration. Fellow South Africans, it cannot be lost upon us that we gather at a crucial juncture. The bill that is tabled before us confronts profound challenges: low economic growth, geopolitical struggles, climate change, and ultimately fiscal constraints. We are looking at an appropriation of over 1.1 trillion rand for the 2024-25 financial year. And I think it's important to paint a picture of what it tells us. It tells us that for every 100 rand that we receive as a government, 60 rand of it will go to social wage, 16 rand of it will go off to the national debt servicing costs. It's a story of a low growth, and ultimately, debt in this country will peak at 440.2 billion rands in the 2026-2027 period. I think the picture before us tells us of a fiscal framework that's unsustainable. We need to find ways of being able to fund, to unlock growth, and ensure that in this next decade, what this parliament does is that it adapts or it dies. What we can't afford to do is to keep doing the same and hope for a different outcome. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight 3 areas of reform on the economy, on education, and skilling. Firstly, on the economy, Minister of Finance, I want to endorse the view that this administration needs to think hard about establishing a form of a wealth fund. This way we can ensure that we begin to fund for development. I think it cannot be debated that what SOEs are faced up with is a need for better reform and better management. Eskom, Transnet, and the South African Post Office must result in better performance in order to improve our credit rating globally. Secondly, I think the contingency funding on Transnet must eliminate inefficiencies and ensure that we've got a world-class rail and port system to support development. Thirdly, I think it cannot be denied that we must be able to borrow to fund infrastructure and run a government that is effective. Honourable members, I raise what a matter that's been raised in our committee, that over the 114,908 invoices that value 10 billion rands have still not been paid in this financial year. Over 363,069 invoices with the rand value of 35 billion rands have only been paid after 30 days. Honourable members, if we are going to support SMMEs, government needs to be effective at paying members immediately and paying for small businesses. Fellow South Africans, if we are going to reform, let's ensure that the 200 municipalities that we look at who are in financial distress are dealt with. I highlight, honourable members, that the electoral amendment bill is going to be crucial. We have to make sure that as we rise and go to constituency periods, that every school, every hospital, every police station that is built, we do indeed get the bang for the buck that we allocate there. Ultimately, skilling of our young people is going to be crucial if we're going to be sustainable. As a committee, we listen to multiple inputs, but one that sticks out for me is the fact that ECD needs better support and better funding. But also, it must be criminal that departments are able to return money, notably the recent example by the National Higher Education, and ultimately the dilemma that we face in the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Medical legal cases mean that ultimately we are not able to finance for more nurses, for more doctors, and achieve the goal of universal access. Honorable members, there's an opportunity as we look at climate change. We can finance for sustainable energy. We can ultimately become the battery center and electric vehicle center of the world. And therefore, honorable members, when we look at this budget allocation, it has to focus on growth. And I want to indicate that as we transition from coal-intensive to sustainable energy, this is a massive opportunity. We support this budget and stand behind the appropriation bill, and therefore, I thank you, honorable members.
I now invite the Honourable Nieuwmeester. This is her maiden speech.
Let me greet the Deputy Speaker, our Honourable Deputy President. Also in the House is the Speaker, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect the economic recovery of the world, and recovery has particularly been slow in emerging and developing economies. In most of these economies, including South Africa, the recovery of South Africa was further exacerbated by the July unrest insurrection in 2021, which cost our economy an estimated 50 billion. Other events, including aspects related to geopolitical conflicts, including the effect of extreme weather conditions caused by climate change, which has caused serious destruction to private property and public infrastructure. The latest examples being the recent tornado that ripped through Tongaat in June 2024, and recent floods as we are currently experiencing here in the Western Cape. As a consequence, our finances have become highly constrained, limiting our ability to use government finances to support economic recovery to the extent that developing countries do. Overall levels of public debt across developing economies grew as they borrowed more to respond to the pandemic. The South African economic growth rate has averaged at 0.8% since 2012, which is far below what is required to address high levels of joblessness and poverty. This means that government is unable to collect sufficient revenue to fund developmental projects and key commitments of the social wage. Over the period of low growth, government borrowing has ballooned to support rising expenditure. As a result, debt service costs are constraining the economy and the public finances. These costs consume 1 of every 5 rands of revenue and absorb a larger share of the budget than basic education, social protection, or health, and was previously mentioned, the medico-legal. This reality requires us to act with greater financial prudence and discipline, and we believe the budget allocated strikes the essential balance of protecting the social wage and maintaining critical public services. To illustrate the point, the budget allocates 6 of every 10 rands to social wage, which includes spending on health, education, social protection, community development, and employment programs. The commitment of government to fiscal consolidation balances the needs of the most vulnerable in society and protects the public finances for future generations. Recognizing that high and rising government debt hampers service delivery and investment by draining ever larger amounts of taxpayer resources for debt service, the 2024 budget strikes a careful balance between fiscal consolidation and development. And in pursuit of fiscal consolidation, it is imperative to note that where there are baseline reductions, we have reprioritized funds from votes where underspending occurred. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on education, it is with this understanding and appreciation that the bill makes substantial and critical interventions to support education. 480.6 billion is allocated to learning and culture in the budget, of which 30% of this figure is allocated towards post-school education and training, and 68% towards basic education. 9.7 billion is allocated to the school nutrition program, conditional grant, an increase of 5.6% from the 2023-24 allocation, given its importance in combating child hunger. More than 9 million learners receive a meal on each school day through this program. We welcome the increase in the Early Childhood Development Grant. This initiative would enable approximately 1.1 million children to access early childhood education. Early childhood offers a critical window of opportunity to shape the child's holistic development and build a foundation for the future and to achieve their full potential. We know the pain and consequences that the apartheid government perpetuated against the African majority through deliberate acts of underdevelopment. We must not allow our children to undergo a similar process of underdevelopment. This is why this investment and increased allocation must be welcomed by all. We further welcome that the Learners with Severe Profound Intellectual Disabilities grant receives 278.9 million rands, an increase of 7.1% from the 2023-24 allocation. The allocation of 1.4 billion rands for the improvement of infrastructure in our schools is most welcome, as this is aimed at reducing overcrowding in classrooms, improving access to electricity, water, and adequate sanitation facilities, and removing inappropriate structures such as pit latrine toilets. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the budget further introduces a new comprehensive student funding model. This aims to support students, including those currently not supported by the National Financial Aid Scheme, bursary, and funding policy. To this end, the government has set aside 3.8 billion initial capitalization fund to support the missing middle students. This amount will fund about 31,884 of the missing middle students. This category of students are those who come from families who have a total income of more than 350,000, but not more than 600,000 per annum. On our presidential employment stimulus, honourable members, through the Presidential Employment Initiative, 4 billion will be set aside for the employment of teacher assistants, which will create 32,000 job opportunities. At the core of this education program is the placement of unemployed youth in schools. This allocation illustrates how the strategic public employment programs of government gives practical expression to our commitment to address the scourge of youth unemployment. Honourable members, social development. We have seen the benefits of the SDR grant and how it has helped the most vulnerable people of the country. The ANC has committed to the people of this country that the grant will be improved as a step towards income support for the unemployed. And so to this end, 1.17 trillion is allocated for social grants and welfare services. This will strengthen advocacy for women, youth, and people living with disabilities. Expenditure on social grants, excluding the COVID-19 SDR grant, will increase from 217.1 billion in 2023 to 259.3 billion in the 26-27. To keep pace with inflation and increase access for eligible population. Considering all challenges that the country has faced economically, as mentioned earlier, we must commend National Treasury to be at the forefront of enabling inclusive growth and investment in the economy. The budget is premised on government's clear and stable macroeconomic policies, structural reforms, and restoring the capacity of the state. In pursuit of higher economic growth, government remains anchored on the objectives of ensuring a stable economic framework to create a conducive environment for savings, investment, and growth. The implementation of growth-enhancing reforms in key sectors, particularly in energy, freight rail, and ports, is continuing to reduce barriers to economic activity and strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver quality public services, investment in infrastructure, and fighting crime and corruption. These network industries are important in reducing the cost of doing business and living in South Africa, by lowering production costs, thus making South Africa attractive for investment. The emphasis on structural reforms is important and requires international comparison to make the point. The implementation of reform in China in the 1980s enabled China to move from an impoverished state to the second largest economy globally. Like China, we have to stick to the economic development as the central task, continue to liberate and develop productivity, and persistently reform systems that hamper economic growth. Honourable members, appreciating the importance of staying the course on fiscal consideration, as the ANC, we do not believe this should be a permanent solution to address broader macroeconomic issues related to the reindustrialization of our economy. Inasmuch as we have to make the necessary amendments to stabilize debt, we should be in a position moving forward to enhance an economy driven by stimulating aggregated demand. In addition to the structural reforms, our growth will be further gain momentum once we start moving to high value-added production to support structural transformation. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports the adoption of the bill. I thank you.
The next speaker to come to the podium, Honourable van Rooyen.
Musa Khota, as MK under the outstanding leadership of our highly recognized President Zuma, we are extremely grateful for the opportunity granted to us by millions of voters to represent them in legislative platforms of this country, both in parliament and provincial legislatures. I must indicate, Deputy Speaker, that when I'm referring to the voters, I'm here referring to those of the votes who were officially declared, but also those of the rigged votes. It is of essence, Deputy Speaker, to note that the masses of our people can't wait for an opportunity to extend the mandate that they've given to us to municipalities. We want to assure them that as MK MPs collective, we have landed on the beachhead, working with other progressive forces under the banner of Progressive Caucus to unleash its arsenal for the realization of their real freedom. Happy birthday in advance to the economic freedom fighters.
It's not always easy. But this is only a minor part of the
Deputy Speaker, our understanding is that budget process is an axis of any development agenda. Allocating money from National Revenue Fund is practically an indispensable process for the functionality of government. Governments execute their mandates on the basis of what has been generated as revenue by governments. This is a real fact, not fiction, nor any form of illusionary imagination. No money, no execution of government mandate as promised to the electorate. In our situation, Deputy Speaker, where the annual average cost of household food baskets is above 500,000, far higher than national minimum wage of general workers, which is close to 4,000 in real terms. Where social grants are the second most important source of income for households at 23.5% or more. Where above 7.5 million people experience hunger on a daily basis.
Honourable Member.
Where only 3 out
Honourable
of 10.
Van Rooyen, please take the chair. Please take the chair. Members, the noise is unacceptable. I cannot hear the speaker. I know that you are allowed to heckle, but please do it in such a way that you do not keep the speaker from being audible. Thank you. Honourable Van Rooyen, please proceed.
Where above 7.5 million people experience hunger on a daily basis, where only 3 out of 10 of the poorest children attend early childhood development centers, compared to 8 out of 10 from richest households, where revenue-generating opportunity is missed by only checking 2% of containers entering our Richards Bay port of entry. Hence, proliferation of untaxed illicit goods and drugs in our country. Where, Deputy Speaker, one of the 9 provinces is technically in recession and our people die of hunger. Eastern Cape is currently changing from a province of legends to a province of hunger and miseries. Deputy Speaker, that's Eastern Cape for you. Deputy Speaker, where 4.7 million young people are unemployed. Indeed, our situation is dire and requires radical interventions, not the liberal and wide capital-friendly programs allocated for in this bill. It can't be business as usual. Those who voted for us deserve better and are tired of being told of market stability and rating agencies' reaction when radical interventions are mooted for their development. As MK Party, we have heard their cry when they declared that they are not interested in market stability that failed for 30 years to resolve their unemployment, poverty, and living status. Deputy Speaker, the South African economy remains extremely concentrated in the hands of few white owners. This is it, in terms of market share and wealth, with a high level of financial institutions monopoly. Therefore, structural economy transformation, rather than the fiscal consolidation, is required to steer the economy onto a new economical just path. It is our collective submission as Lirumulas Chaba that the budget should and can be used to contribute towards achieving inclusive growth and fiscal sustainability by directing more resources towards struggling poor households, public services, and infrastructure development in pursuit of a demand-led growth. As expected, Deputy Speaker, the popular reaction from white supremacists and their praise singers to this novel call will be, where is the money? This was confirmed by the head of state yesterday in his response to the presidency budget vote. Deputy Speaker, our beloved country, South Africa, is a country of plenty, with a plethora of mineral endowments for its indigenous people to be poor. Instead of doing a spanner boy job of Tatala Begale for white capital, MK expects the president and his executive to be leaders of a developmental state that lead pro-poor interventions meant to give the masses of our people the real freedom that their forebears fought for and sacrificed for. Those who voted for us say nationalize Reserve Bank and tamper with its inflation targeting policy because it's causing hardships to households and impeding the much-needed economic development. Nationalize the land and major financial institutions in order to be the custodian of credit issuance and the country's finances. As much as MK Party agrees that Parliament is another terrain of struggle, our people must also know that it takes more than us as their representatives to hold this GNU government accountable. Their activism as society is needed now than before. We also urge patriotic South Africans to use all public participation processes, is Imbizo's, sector engagements, and others to ask this simple question: why President Ramaphosa-led administration opted for an unreliable, expensive source of energy at the expense of natural inherited resources, coal. This is because, in practical terms, we know that Eskom Renewable, or IPPs, is the single biggest increasing contingent liability. It is important to note that despite the hullabaloo about fighting corruption and New Dawn now Weaver beds, all the renewable projects, including those that are operated by the sitting president relatives, are guaranteed by the state. Now the danger is, Honorable Deputy Speaker, failure of this unreliable IPP's option will result into what we call an allocative inefficiency. That will trigger a massive expenditure gap that will create generational debt burden to our future generations. We must do it for our country. We must do it for future generations. Deputy Speaker, this appropriation bill missed the target. It doesn't deserve MKP vote. And I submit. Thank you very much.
I now invite the Honourable Alexander.
Deputy Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Today we stand at the crossroad in South Africa's economic journey. The budget is not just a collection of numbers, but a blueprint for our nation's future. The DA supports this budget, but make no mistake, our support comes with significant reservations and a clear vision for a better way forward. We support this budget for one critical reason: to maintain South Africa's fiscal credibility. Like households living on credit, our nation is dependent on borrowing to keep afloat. And just as a family needs to pay its bills to maintain good standing, so too must we honour our fiscal commitment. But let's be clear, our support is not one of endorsement as business as usual. For years, the DA has been the voice of fiscal reason, crying out from a wilderness of waste and mismanagement. Today, it seems that our ideas have finally found some fertile ground. We are pleased to see two key DA-driven initiatives gain traction: the expansion of zero-rated food items and the lowering of the fuel levy. The expansion of the zero-rated food basket makes essentials affordable for South Africans, and the lowering of fuel taxes will cut transportation costs, sparking positive ripple effect throughout the economy. For those struggling to put food on the table, know this: we hear you. This is not just about cheaper groceries, but about dignity. This is about ensuring South Africans don't have to choose between their families and feeding their families and keeping the lights on. And while we're glad that government has finally seen the light, or perhaps they're just tired of us hearing us talk about it. But speaking of light, let's talk about SOEs, those perpetual black holes in our nation's budget. For far too long, these entities have been a burden rather than a boon. We've been bailing them out for so long, you'd think that we are taking swimming lessons. It's time to stabilize these organizations and to ensure that they add value to South Africa's people instead of subtracting from our collective wallet. SOEs can leverage private sector experiences and capital to enhance their effectiveness and profitability. By forming strategic partnerships, SOEs can tap into cutting-edge management practices, technologies, and add funding sources. Partial privatization can inject fresh capital and induce market discipline, improving operational effectiveness. Joint ventures allow SOEs to benefit from private sector know-how whilst retaining public oversight. Outsourcing non-core functions from specialized private firms can reduce costs and improve quality. Additionally, adapting private sector performance matrix and incentives structure can drive productivity and accountability in our SOEs. By embracing these collective approaches, SOEs can be transformed from a financial burden into a valuable asset, collectively adding to South Africa's economy. But addressing the cost of living and fixing the SOEs is just a start. We need to grow our economy by creating jobs. And no, handout of government jobs like party favors does not count as job creation. Real jobs mean fostering an environment where private sector can thrive and expand. It means removing red tape that strangles our small businesses. It means investing in education and skills development to prepare our workforce for tomorrow's jobs. It means supporting entrepreneurs and innovators to drive our economy. When we talk about job creation, we are talking about sustainable, meaningful employment that contributes to the economy productively. We are talking about jobs that offer paths to careers and skills. We are talking about building an economy where hard work and merit are rewarded and not political connections. Let us put an end to the myth that expanding government employment is the answer to solving our job crisis. It is time for real solutions that create real opportunities for South Africans. The plan for the economy to revitalization has to be clear and decisive. It needs to prioritize the transformation of SOEs from a financial drain to one of growth and effectiveness. By investing in infrastructure, we create jobs, enhance services, and build a solid foundation for our future. In addition, we need to cultivate an environment where businesses can flourish, recognizing that where the enterprise thrives, job creation follows, and the economy expands. This comprehensive approach addresses immediate needs while laying out the grounds for sustainable, long-term economic success. But here's the rub. We have a huge concern about how the budget will be implemented. We are deeply troubled by the track record of departmental budgets, wastage, fiscal leakage, and poor prioritization. And it is as if some of the departments consider the national budget as their own personal piggy bank. This needs to stop. We do support the budget to keep the ship afloat, but make no mistake, we'll be watching you like hawks to ensure that every rand is spent wisely. We expect to see an improvement in the upcoming NTPPS adjustment budgets and the 25-26 budget. No more blank checks for incompetence and corruption. In conclusion, the budget is a necessary step, but it is far from sufficient. The DA's vision within the GNU is one of prosperity, effectiveness, and opportunity for all. We support this budget not because it's perfect, but because it's necessary. We will continue to fight for the change needed to transform our economy. We are a responsible partner within the government of genuine unity. Our support does not come freely, but with conditions that the Cabinet starts to put South Africa first. We want to govern for you. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Allow me to start to greet the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the 26 July movement that are turning 11 years this coming weekend in Kimberley, the EFF officials, leaders of Progressive Caucus, and members. Dr. Ndlozi, let me first start off by saying a common thread that must run across the budget items must be labor-absorptive industrialization. Government departments must be enforced by law to procure locally produced goods. It will boost both growth and industrial development. The budget in front of us, Deputy President, doesn't do any of this. Instead, we are going to buy toothpicks and toilet papers from abroad. We are approving a budget that we're going to import most of the things and buying it abroad instead of producing it here in South Africa to ensure that there's effective economic development. During the budget debates in the past 2 weeks, colleagues in this House raised concerns about the disorganization and confusion around the mini-plenary's availability of documents and the failure to scrutinize proposed budgets. That should concern all of us, and especially the many South Africans that are paying taxes and expecting better service from the government. It is concerning Chair of the Appropriation Committee because it has never happened in the past 10 years serving in that committee. We are expected to scrutinize bills and budgets in that committee in 3 weeks that was supposed to be scrutinized within a month. If you will look at the records, you will see that we have actively done public participation within hearings within that committee. In the past, the committee would receive briefings by departments of key programs, presentations by the FFCs and the budget office, and thoughtfully engage. This have not happened this time, Honorable Maimane. We will even see in the past that we will, after we have done this, Honorable Maimane, we will have even public hearings with the Congress of the South African Trade Union, Equal Education, Public Service Accountability Monitor. But this time around, it hasn't happened, and you are standing here and you are approving a budget. Why? This time around, there's no explanation, no answers, no meaningful engagement with this proposed budget by the National Treasury. After public hearings, Honorable Maimane, you would have noticed we will call in National Treasury and scrutinize them on the findings that we have found. It have not happened.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. Where is the point of order? I can't see the member right at the back. Honourable Maimane, please proceed.
Honourable Speaker, just at the risk of entering into a debate, I want to say that the points the member is making are contained in the Appropriation Committee's report. So it must be reflected accurately, or the member runs the risk of misleading today. I just wanted to raise that point.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. Honourable Klangeni, please proceed.
Welcome back, Honourable Maimane. It's a point of debate. We are agreeing to a budget of 600 million to Parliament when we cannot appoint much-needed language translation, appointment legal researchers, and to assist members with private members' bill, and cannot maintain the building to meet proper safety and health standard requirements. We are agreeing to a budget cut of 367 million to the Department of Home Affairs when Home Affairs offices are not accessible because they are largely in major cities and not in rural areas. We agreed to a budget cut of 1.1 billion to the Department of Public Works budget when government departments are serving in dilapidated buildings and construction industry is retrenching people daily. What are we agreeing to on this budget? We're agreeing to a budget of the cut of the Chief Justice budget, Agriculture and Rural Development's budget, Employment and Labor's budget, when we don't have inspectors, and a budget cut of 1.1 billion to our people's housing, and the people were promised 1 million houses in Alexandria. Still today, it's not there, but we are cutting that budget. We must again state it very clear here. Us objecting to this budget is not saying that we are objecting to services, like the ANCs will come after this and state this. We are objecting to the process on how this process was handling. We don't say our people must not get services. We are objecting to this budget because not proper scrutinization was done in bringing up all of these entities and departments. But we know some of them are just here today in their numbers as voting cattle, because they want to spend this money. They have commitments that they have done during the national government elections. So they need to pay those businesses that they are coming here to do it to vote for that money. We do know that. We will see when we are opening again Parliament, they won't be here because we are not approving to the appropriations budget, Deputy President. I hope when we are doing questions and answers to all of these portfolios of these ministers, they are here in their numbers, as they are here today, to vote for an appropriations bill in order to use and steal our people's money. I must say, we reject this thing.
I now call on the Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Appropriation Bill has a difficult task in balancing the debt of our nation as a result of years of maladministration and now having to provide a budget to the GNU which seeks to bring South Africa back in terms of service delivery, jobs and economic prosperity. The committee has noted and approved the proposed vote of the bill in the amount of 1.1 trillion overall for the 24-25 financial year, which the IFP will support. However, we are cognizant that this budget will struggle to address the needs of South Africans rapidly. It is encouraging that 73% of this allocation is directed towards subsidies and grants, which can benefit citizen non-profits. These funds are particularly important in supporting social grants, conditional grants, university grants, and NSFAS, which are crucial for social stability and achieving educational development progress. As compared to the 2023 budget, we see a reduction of 80.6 billion in principal non-interest expenditure. With such a reduction in budget, it is ever more vital that the newly appointed ministers in this 7th administration deal with matters of corruption urgently and trim the fat on wasteful expenditure. If we are able to recoup the losses due to mismanagement, there is some chances that South Africa will be in a better economic position by next year. Further, we will start to reignite the confidence in investment in South Africa. As a country, we will need to emphasize generating investment as we are currently seeing a large-scale decay of once beautiful cities that promised economic benefits for all. We must, however, own this investment. If we are to roll out rail infrastructure, it must be our people who get the jobs to supply raw materials, build, manage, and maintain them. We cannot sell our development to another country and expect that the interest of this nation will be paramount. Sure, we can engage and partner, but we must not fall into the trap of alienating relationships with another country only to fall into the clutches of debt with another. The IFP has long been calling for a rethink in the way grants are provided to the poor. We have always believed in the value of giving a hand up, not a hand out. One of the most oppressive things we can do as a country is to rob people of any incentive to seek work, which perpetuates a vicious cycle of poverty. We believe that government grants must stay, but where people are able to be skilled, these grants must offer skills training for them. This is the only way that we can create a stable base for small-scale businesses and jobs in our economy. We are unwavering in protecting the most vulnerable against starvation, and they must be given tools to work independently of the reliance of the government to better their conditions. While we support the extension of the SRD grant, we align with the Financial Fiscal Commission in advocating for a sustainable and impactful support structure to relieve social economic distress. It is crucial to balance social support with initiatives that promote GDP growth to avoid becoming overly reliant on welfare measures. Regarding healthcare, the committee supports the FFC's submission for universal health coverage and urges the government to consider the full implications for the provinces. The IFP has maintained that the view that we need universal health care, we support. We do not believe that the current model either of what is being proposed to provide universal health care, called the NHI, is a model that will be able to deliver the required services to the people. The current model requires most of the population to be working and income tax contributing in order to even meet a basic level of standard, let alone the need for an abundance of well-functioning hospitals. In some cases in the last administration, We
Honourable
found
Member,
that
your time has
the
expired.
simple printer cartridges were difficult to procure. The IFP, Madam Speaker, supported the appropriation bill.
I now invite the Honourable Peterson.
Good morning, Honourable Deputy Madam Speaker, Honourable members. As a young member of Parliament, 22 years young, and even needing to stand on a step so you can see me on the podium, I must say, I'm a bit disappointed in the manner some proceedings go. I'd like to point out specifically when points of orders are being raised when other members are on the podium. There is a major issue of lack of respect for members. Many points of orders not only interrupt, but delay proceedings. But many are personal attacks and others were approached with a high degree of disrespect. It is concerning that as a young person, I must remind you to respect your elders. People don't stop being elders when becoming parliamentarians. Respecting someone doesn't mean you should agree with him, but still show respect. I humbly ask those where the shoe fits, wear it, and learn from it so that we can proceed without being rude. The youth are watching these proceedings, and the very youth we have come to represent are facing major problems such as 50% of unemployment and expensive data, and yet they are subjected to these ill-mannered behaviors. Please, honourable members, I implore us to remember that South Africans are counting on us to make this thing work and take the country forward. We support the appropriation bill. Thank you. Salute.
Thank you, Honourable Peterson. The next speaker on the list is the Honourable Wessels.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I don't need a step. I don't think so. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Maimane is correct that the current fiscal framework is unsustainable to provide for a conducive environment for economic growth, which we need to create jobs. We need economic growth that is sufficient to really bring about change and alleviate poverty. But talking about structural reforms are not enough. This is a legacy budget based on policy priorities which have not yielded results. And Deputy Chairperson, Speaker, we will have to have a rethink about the budget process in the year of an election where there might be a change of administration. Because currently you have policies and a budget that's informed by policies of the previous administration. And many things have changed. And that we could see in this election and we will see in the future again. The Honourable Nieuwmeester is not correct to say that COVID-19 is to blame or solely to blame for the fiscal position that we are in. We have had a budget deficit since 2009. Importantly, 2009. Government debt and debt service cost have since 2009 been ever increasing and has become a very, very big expenditure item in our budget. The Honourable Van Rooyen asks the question, where is the money? But where did the money go? What caused this budget deficit? Did the money go to the elite? Did the money go to those who were involved in state capture? And is a lot of that money currently in Dubai? Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports this appropriation bill, but there are a few specific budget votes which we can't support because of the legacy nature thereof. If we look at higher education, the National Student Aid Scheme has failed the majority of students in South Africa and has not provided the necessary financial assistance to them. State-owned enterprises are failed and unsustainable, and they remain bottomless pits in which taxpayers' money disappear. Our public health system is in a dire state. NHI is currently presented to instill hope for access to decent health care for all, but it will not solve the systemic problems facing public health care whilst facilities are not firstly upgraded and improved and human rights violations are truly addressed. Employment equity and broad-based black economic empowerment policies have failed, as it is generally not contributing to the development and restoration of those who really need it, the marginalized and poor South Africans. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we support the Appropriation Bill.
I now invite the Honourable Letlape to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. I guess we've just moved from the youngest newcomer to the oldest newcomer. We talk about from a coal-intensive nation to sustainable energy. We can't build our country on debt when endowed with natural resources. We can't export our coal and import loans for green energy. What we need to do is to understand that low-cost energy is what will create jobs, is what will give us security. And what we need to do is to ensure that as we utilize the wealth under our feet, we conform to international emission standards. We make sure that our power stations all work. We aim for an energy availability factor of 90+. And if we can give ourselves low-cost energy, as the ESCOM of 20 years ago gave us, which was a power utility company of the world, we will be doing ourselves a favor. Let me remind you of what our Constitution stands for. Section 27 of the Constitution talks about progressive realization of health within available resources. What it recognizes is that the resources are there. And the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources. It doesn't speak of creating fictitious funds. It speaks of managing what we have. To re-emphasize what the President said, let us build on what we have. We have unequal public and privatized sectors that are both sick. Let us fix them as a matter of priority to be able to fulfill our constitutional obligation of a right to health for all, which also includes access to water, includes reproductive services, and sufficient food. We should not be speaking of benefit packages or certificates of need. We should be talking about health services based on need, not defined by experts and packages. Let us ensure that the available resources are utilized properly. Let us ensure that private practitioners are utilized for the benefit of all citizens. We do not want to come up with a law that decides which private practitioner can work, who can't. Let us uphold what the courts decided yesterday, that the certificate of need is unconstitutional. Let us not waste money going to court to challenge what we should have known. I hope that the President who found a pen to sign NHI will gather courage to remove PARMED so that we can lead in the national health reforms that we advocate for. As parliamentarians, it has to be good for us to be able to feed it to the rest of the nation. We support an appropriations bill that looks at the needs of the people and not business as usual.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP wishes to commend the Honourable Peterson for her voice from the youth and reminding us of respect and decorum in this House. And I think it's great that one of the youngest members of this House reminds us how to conduct ourselves, and let us take heed of her request. Now, we've taken note of the Appropriation Committee's report, and the passing of the budget is one of the most important oversight mechanisms that Parliament can use. And for those that read the report, it is noteworthy that the Appropriations Committee pointed out, and this is probably due to the rushed nature of the consideration of these budget votes in an election year, and the ACDP requested a possible amendment to the statutory requirements to finalize it in such a short time. But the Appropriations Committee said that portfolio committees did not make use of their legal powers in terms of the Monies Bills Act to recommend amendments to the budget to that very portfolio committee. This can be done, and it's regrettable that it hasn't, again due to time constraints. But the question arises, there's one item, there's 570 million rand that's not assigned to any vote. It's hanging in the air. And the question then is, why are so many budgets cut when here's an amount that is hanging in the air? Why is 171 million rand cut from the SIU, which can collect billions of rands, and here's money hanging in the air? And so if we are diligent and we go through the figures, we can find within the fiscal framework funds that can shift, and we as portfolio committees can approach the Appropriations Committee. We come, and during all the budget votes that I participated in, we wring our hands and we say there must be more money. Defence Force, of course there must be more money. But let's find that money in other budgets, and we can, using our powers, we can have those funds reallocated. And I would urge us going forward to do that. And of course, there are many concerns in this budget. The question is, are we and is government going to be a good steward of how they spend these funds? And are we going to exercise our oversight particularly carefully in this new government? Quis custodes custodiet? Who will guard the guards? Who will watch over the GNU? And that is the role that we as the ACDP will play as effective oversight. Now, there are many concerns with the budget, and of course one of them is the contingency reserve. And so when one raises the number of issues, we as the ACDP, given the fact that this budget comes from the previous administration, will not support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Molweni, Deputy President, ndinombuzo le budget yakabani basidibana nayo apha endleleni thina. Asiyazi South Africa's growth underperformed during the past decade. GDP per capita was already lower in 2019 than in 2008. Unemployment remains high at more than 30%, and youth unemployment in particular even exceeds 50%. Spending pressures are mounting to close the funding gap in health, in education, and providing the much-needed social security safety net for the poor. And in order for us to be able to finance these spending needs, spending efficiency is required in government. Minister, government exposure to state-owned enterprises remain high as a ratio of GDP, and it remains a concern for us as these SOEs are moved to the presidency that steps should be undertaken to make sure that there's proper accountability sooner rather than later. as restoring the country's finances, restoring the finances of the SOEs has an impact on the financial health of the country, and we also need to address market concentration in some areas and various sectors of the economy in order to help improve competition and transform these sectors. This would actually address the lack of openness and competition in a number of sectors. While there had been a need for fiscal consolidation over the past years, it should not be done at the expense of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In other words, we support fiscal consolidation, but it must make sense. It must not be done on the backs of the poor. We support the proposed additional allocation of 33.6 billion rands to fund the extension of the COVID-19 Social Relief of Distress Fund, the SRD grant, until 2025. We are of the view, however, that since it falls below the inflation-adjusted national food poverty line, which stands at 760 rands per person per month, the 350 should be increased and converted into a basic income grant to provide more reasonable social safety net for the poor and the needy. And this can be done by doing exactly what you once highlighted, Minister, that there needs to be streamlining of the various social grants that we have on the system to make sure that we're able to provide more efficient protection for the poor. Inflation targeting gain, there's the Central Reserve Bank and the Kapkelanganen. Unyansulu Honorable Van Rooyen, Uguti, one of the, it's true, one of the complications with inflation targeting is that with high levels of debt high, it complicates the fight against inflation. But once the Reserve Bank increases the interest rate, you come here and complain about debt service costs as if they fell from the sky. They didn't. It's part of a failure to manage the fiscus properly. Even the property market is complaining about this.
Your time is now expired.
Hey, thank you. Hey, no more, Naman.
The next speaker is the Honorable Ghana. Yes, before Honorable Ghana, I want to recognize the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. We have observed a foreign tendency that is happening in the House. Tea or any other thing is not allowed except for water. Let's respect the decorum of this House. Thank you.
Now, may I order, honorable members? This apply, honorable members. It was mentioned yesterday in the Chief Whip's Forum. Can we observe that, please? Honorable Ndlozi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The people who keep reminding us...
I can't hear the honorable member. There's too much noise.
Sorry, the mic was also far. The people who keep reminding us of rules and all of that, they must quote them. They must say, in this rule, it says, I cannot drink tea. No. Which rule is that?
Thank you, honorable member. Please take your seat now.
No, I'm asking Chair to help us. People say the
honorable
rules,
member, please take your seat.
Quote the rule.
Please take your seat. Honorable members, order. The next speaker is the Honorable Ghana.
Na khensa mthomo wa xitulu ni khensa nkarhi lowu mi nga hi nyika wona. Mthomo wa xitulu Rise Mzansi will be making declarations in respect of 2 budget votes. But I want to say that we are supporting the appropriation bill. One of the reasons we joined the government of national unity was so that bills such as this should pass with no fuss, so that the South African people do not suffer any further. They need these funds and need them urgently. But I also wish to remind you, honorable members of this House, that it was on this podium in 2009 that President Motlanthe outlined a package exceeding 740 billion rands over 5 years to stimulate the South African economy. These funds were supposed to go mostly to infrastructure, that's trains, roads, bridges, and so on. It was this package that set off the feeding frenzy of corruption we now know as state capture. At Transnet, Eskom, PRASA, water boards, and other agencies, the stealing continued at an industrial scale. Today, the money is gone, but we do not have this infrastructure, and very few people have been held accountable. While the stealing was going on from the 2014-2015 financial year, Cabinet and Parliament approved annual budgets that reduced spending on land reform and restitution. And yet, the same people who had supported that reduction in financial support for land reform demanded changes to the Constitution because they blamed it for slow progress in land reform. Madam Speaker, the 7th administration and Parliament cannot engage in this kind of dishonesty. There's only so much Treasury can do. It cannot run municipalities that waste money and permit stealing. It cannot micromanage corrupt executives and politicians who oversee, with no remorse, borrowed billions being stolen while power stations take forever and more money to build. South Africa's economic crisis is born by the ideology of entitlement, of stealing or creaming off the top. When you tabled this budget in February, you said the government pays between 1.5 and 2 times for goods and services. This is an unsustainable ratio, and it cannot stand. The Constitution demands that South African people get value for their money. We now pay more for services than we do to keep South Africans alive. We even borrow to pay debt. The endowment left by the previous administration, the 3rd administration, has been squandered and leaving South Africans hopeless and angry. Building a new endowment for the future
member, your time
must
is
begin
expired.
with this House. Mrandap Cancer Mtramashtul. Cancer Schnee.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Webb.
House Chair, honourable members, South Africans watching this debate, the Appropriations Bill has an all-important job of ensuring that every department in government is able to implement its plans, its policies, and its programs in delivering basic services to the 61 million South Africans. It directs 1.1 trillion of public funds to government, entrusting politicians and public officers to spend it wisely, fruitfully, and honestly. It's then this House's responsibility to oversee and ensure that the spending of these public funds is done in the way it should and to hold government accountable for every cent. I wish to highlight 3 aspects of the bill to this House. Firstly, the underfunding of the Department of Small Business Development. At just 2.4 billion out of a total allocation of 1.1 trillion, this is just simply not enough. South Africa has an unemployment crisis with over 11 million South Africans that are jobless. And this is a crucial department that has been mandated with placing SMMEs at the center of economic growth and job creation. So 2% is simply off the mark, given that the NDP states that 90% of all new jobs should come from SMMEs by 2030. Secondly, we welcome the 24 billion appropriated directly to the Department of Water and Sanitation because we have a water crisis that is looming. However, we note that 44 million was returned by the Department of Water and Sanitation to Treasury, having not been spent. And as Bill 1 say, we reject any underspending until there is clean drinking water in every home. Finally, as Bill 1 say, we wish to raise the issue of indigent peoples in this country. To improve, it is our responsibility to improve access to free basic services for those who cannot afford. And despite the major need for social assistance and funding constraints, the indigent grants is underspent significantly as many municipalities are not compiling their registers properly so that those who are entitled to this assistance actually get the assistance. President Ramaphosa, in his reply this week, addressed this matter, and to expedite this process as BOSA, we call on the Minister of Cooperative Governance to ensure that each municipality reports on the number of indigent households and accounts for spending in this regard. We have a duty to be able to protect the most vulnerable and to ensure that they have dignity and are protected from suffering from extreme poverty. To the Honourable Member from the EFF, a simple reading of the reports and you'll have noted that there was various consultations with various institutions, including public consultation. It is one of the reasons why, as Build One SA, we can support the Appropriations Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ATM. The next speaker is the Honourable Hendricks.
Honourable House Chair, a consolidated budget deficit of 4.5% is projected for 2024-25, narrowing to 3.3% of GDP by 2026-27. Furthermore, the 2024 budget forecast revenue is 1.8 trillion rand for the year, which is 53 billion rand less than projected in the 2023 budget. Where do we find the 53 billion rand? The Financial Fiscal Commission further stated that this shortfall is due to the country's weak economic conditions and lower consumer demand. I don't agree. It is also due to illicit financial flows. The FFC should do oversight on illicit financial flows. This is money flowing out of the country without benefiting the nation. If dealt with meaningfully, then that would assist our dented economy, which must draw from various sources to keep the country afloat. The streets, the people, want their full pound of flesh, no more illicit financial flows. The SRD grant is possibly seed funding for a universal basic grant before the term end of the 7th Parliament. Let's call it big. This means that no one in South Africa will have less than 1,000 rand per month in their pocket by 2030. BIG will ensure that South Africa achieves its goal for eradication of poverty by 2030, the commitment South Africa made to the World Global Forum and in our National Development Plan. The clock is ticking. There is 6 years left. 1,000 per month is nowhere near the 12,000 rand everyone should have in their pocket in South Africa. We need the best of minds to achieve the 2030 NDP goal. It is these best of minds representing 70% that is taking the first step to come big by supporting the Appropriation Bill B5 of 2024. President Ramaphosa is taking the lead so that Africa become big. Smell the coffee. Al-Zamar has thrown his full weight to become a big ambassador, and we saw it B5 of 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Lekhanyani, who will be delivering a maiden speech.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy President, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I extend warm and fraternal greetings to the Deputy Minister of National Treasury, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriations, Honourable Maimane, Musi Maimane. I express my profoundest gratitude for your diligent and sagacious stewardship. You are resolved to ensure that we come before this august House with a comprehensive report that incorporates inputs of interested parties and complies with specific provisions of Sections 10 and 44 of the Public Finance Management Act has not gone unnoticed. You embody the values, the activism and rigor and forthrightness desirable for the 7th Parliament to succeed. Your commitment should be an inspiration to all of us to unite around a common purpose, which is to give the citizens of this country a quality and robust representation that can enhance and maximize opportunities for them to realize a better life. Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the African National Congress, I support and urge this House to adopt the Appropriation Bill B52024. This Appropriation Bill, Honorable Chairperson, is in the name of the voiceless and vulnerable segments of our population, the infirm and meek voters that we transported to voting stations. It is in the name of the job seekers, some of whom are becoming despondent by the day. It is in the name of African and colored students whose communities are victims of apartheid exclusion and have suffered further harm caused by NSFAS mismanagement. It is an unpardonable injustice, Honorable Chairperson, for a student of working class background not to receive his or her allocation when Parliament has provided for that. We do it for the approved beneficiaries on the waiting list of human settlements programs and beneficiaries of the necessary poverty alleviation and social protection services. It is our resolve to advance and expand empowerment and inclusive policies to allow unhindered participation of the historically marginalized and excluded in the economy of this country. Honorable Chairperson, by now it should be common knowledge that since 1994, the democratic state has consciously and consistently dedicated programs and resources to alleviate and eventually eradicate the pertinacious apartheid legacy and colonial heritage. The resilient triple fault lines of rising unemployment, pervasive poverty, and deepening inequality remain the fundamental defining realities demographically compounded by pronounced racial spatial disparities. This gives us context why the structure of the budget is heavy on social protection services. However, we should express our displeasure on the escalating debt and related service costs. We welcome all initiatives aimed at stabilizing and reducing the debt, including the cogent logic to open the Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve Account, GFRECA, which demonstrate government's commitment to fiscal prudence and discipline. Outlining the main priorities of government in the medium term, the President of the Republic emphasized the importance of achieving rapid and inclusive growth, reducing poverty and the cost of living, and the pursuit of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The ANC appreciates that the previous administration introduced reforms under the auspicious Operation Vulindlela that enormously impacted on various sections of the economy. We urge government to use these allocations to expedite the remodeling of state-owned enterprises, to eliminate the multiform and multiplicity of functions. The SOEs in their current form have been a huge burden and a debilitating risk to the fiscal. Some of them have been conduits or milk run of insatiable avarice and plunderous predation. Thus, they have relied heavily on bailouts, experiencing decline in the value of their assets and have been found wanting with their balance sheets and income generation. The remodeling of SOEs is one step in our way to debt reduction and ultimately resolving the debt crisis in general, while simultaneously closing the trough of corruption. Honorable Chairperson, the President has correctly pointed out that growth happens at a local level where people live and work. Inextricably linked to the implementation of reforms is the strengthening of human capital at local government level. We should have to courageously attend to the deteriorating state of local government. We are concerned about numerous municipalities that routinely fail to pay employees, municipalities that are unable to account for failure to deliver basic services in our communities. For local government to be a trusted and dependable ally in the transformation of skewed racial spatial development patterns, in the maintenance of services and attracting investments, it should recruit appropriate skills for efficient and effective operations. Municipalities have to create an enabling environment for implementation of these reforms and explore possibilities for enhanced local economic development, investment, and growth. Such initiatives have to be located within the framework of their IDPs and the district development model. We further urge collaboration between the National Treasury and COGTA for the revitalization of township economies to succeed in Hammanskraal, Tembisa, South Pinetown, Delphi, and New Brighton. With additional allocation to SARS, it is recommended that collaborative efforts should be had with Home Affairs to ensure that all businesses are tax compliant, including combating any form of tax evasion and abuse. Honorable Chairperson, we note with great appreciation the progress achieved in effecting structural reforms, particularly in the freight and logistics sector. The challenges in this sector impacted negatively on the growth of the economy, with the mining, manufacturing, and agricultural sectors in the receiving end. This results in revenue loss for the state. The reforms allow for private sector participation to be introduced to container terminal operations, facilitating new investment in upgrading equipment, expanding terminal capacity, and improving operational performance. The state should enforce inclusivity in the sector and, where necessary, break the barriers to expand participation. With 28 out of 40 lines fully operational and functional, stations increasing from 236 to 256, PRASA should accelerate the pace to recover more rail services. The reform of the visa system did not only enhance our opportunities for investment and attraction of competent skills, but also greatly enhance our tourism. There is a need to invest more in our indigenous and cultural heritage and strengthen the liberation heritage route. We are equally concerned about the reduction of allocations to food security programs, as it limits support to land reform beneficiaries and previously disadvantaged small-scale farmers. This is also a snipe on the NDP targets of job creation in the sector. This comes after the Competition Commission finding that less than 1% of sales of fresh produce comes from smallholder or previously disadvantaged farmers. We need to advance reforms in this sector and eliminate barriers to entry by the historically marginalized. Honorable Chairperson, we have listened to the profaners of social progress and their mutual imprecations about the downfall of the ANC and them allocating no less than 2 years for the GNU. We have observed with deprecation, contemptuous ridicule,
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Some left-wing haram
Thank you.
And the mendacious propaganda. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NCC. Is there a speaker from the PAC? UAT. The Honourable Berg, who's delivering a maiden speech.
Mr. Chair, just over a week ago, on the sidelines of a debate across the road from here, the Honourable Minister of Finance for our Government of National Unity said something to me. He said something to me which I had heard him ask as a question a week before in a Treasury briefing. he said something that has had me thinking about how we approach our national budget ever since. And so I rise to address the House on the Appropriations Bill. Yet I want to talk today as if speaking with a family in crisis. I believe we can only improve those things which we understand, and when we speak to each other with respect, the way that old friends do. And so I'd like to touch on three key areas. One, where we are with South Africa's addiction to an overdraft. Two, what we should do about where we are. And three, what happens next. Trained economists say things like South Africa's debt to GDP ratio is just shy of 75%. And then most people open Instagram and check out of the conversation. So instead, imagine this. From January of next year, every single salary in South Africa gets donated to our Honourable President to pay off our national debt. That includes the Secretary of Parliament, Mr. Zolile George's salary of more than 5 million rand, and includes all of our individual parliamentary salaries of more than 1 million rand per year. Imagine then that Pick n Pay and Checkers donate every rand spent in all of their stores. Vodacom hands over to Honourable Ramaphosa all of the money they charge too. Toyota, Postnet, FlySafair, everybody hands over all of their earnings. If everyone would give all that they made from January, we would all only be able to start buying again what we need for survival in September, 9 months later. In simple terms, this is a scary problem. In addition to our dizzying levels of debt, we are now spending almost a quarter of our budget on servicing that debt. But note that the debt is increasing year on year, which means our debt servicing is really us just making interest payments. Or to put that even more simply, we are spending more on Dad's overdue credit card bills than the whole family's safety, or health, or basic education. And that, Mr. Chair, is frankly insane, and it needs to stop. So where do we go from here? It is the collective sense of our society that there is extreme waste built into every facet of the state's operations. Waste and leakage, which has been confirmed by numerous respected research organizations, indicating our procurement is deeply inefficient. Where government should be asking for a discount, we are paying a punitive premium. And so, Mr. Chair, there's a principle in business called zero-based budgeting, where we go and systematically build up where the budget actually starts at nothing. So we say, correctional services, you get zero, not 26 billion rand. What do we need to accomplish? Well, we need salaried guards, of course. We need protective equipment and facilities. We need food for prisoners and so on. And from a base of zero, we ask which line items are essential for the running of our department. And we'll do the same with all our honourable ministers. It cannot be, although of course it is, that we're now spending 58.7 billion rand a year on NSFAS. We've given a massive 10 billion rand more to students, yet across the board, the individual experience, by all accounts, of those students is that their experience has deteriorated. And while we're on the topic of higher education, it cannot be that we need 50 times more resources for a 20-year-old than for a 2-year-old. Yet that is what the budget tells us, with 58.7 billion rand allocated to NSFAS and only 1.1 billion rand allocated to ECD grants. We need to start at zero and work up, investing in the future of our country. And this logic of frugality and smart, targeted expenditure extends to upgrading our ports to bring in revenue instead of bleeding business. In our household, if the front gate stops working, everyone knows to pull together to get things fixed. We need to buy the infrastructure our industry deserves and needs, not pay higher salaries to underperformers. And while we're trimming inefficiencies, we also need to throw the kitchen sink at increasing the sources of funds to shore up our fiscus. And no, I don't mean selling our foreign exchange reserves. We are endowed with some of the richest mineral resources under land and sea anywhere in the world. So what happens next? What the Honorable Minister Godongwana was saying to me, and really asking all of us, is simple. It's simple, yet it has ripple effects. What happens if we pay bursaries directly to universities, which, by the way, are geared for managing student financial admin? What happens if we streamline instead of relying on yet another umbrella body to distribute funds inefficiently? What if that NSFAS number ends up 2/3 of the current number and students are better off? What if we start to spend half of what we spend now on correctional services, yet the outcomes are better? In short, what if we start running this country like a business? Well, that's how you pay off debilitating debt. And you start building a sovereign wealth fund. Mr. Chair, in a lucid moment, President Biden once said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget and I will tell you what you value." So while it has our support as a responsible member of the Government of National Unity, this is not our budget. It is the last ANC budget, drawn up before South Africa's seismic election. The family is in trouble, Mr. Chair.
Order, honourable members. Order.
The family is in trouble, Mr. Chair. We can face it together, the way old friends do. However, unlike Abba, I do care about what comes tomorrow. And we need Dad to stop spending money like it's December, boss.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the Honourable Galeka Masibuko, and the honourable member is also delivering a maiden speech. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members.
Honourable Deputy President, Honourable House Chair, Honourable members, fellow South Africans, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress in support of the Appropriation Bill, which will enable the various departments to implement their annual performance plans and spend the monies allocated to effect change and transformation in our society. Honourable members, taking from the words of our leader, Utata Nelson Mandela, I quote, "As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest." The budget, Honourable House Chair, remains a key instrument to transform the lives of the people of South Africa, and as such, those charged with implementing it should embrace innovation to advance service delivery and to ensure safety and security for our citizens. Honourable members, as a country, we continue to have the highest income inequality in the world, with high levels of poverty and unemployment. The unemployment rate sitting at 32.9% of the official definition and 44% of the expanded definition. In number terms, Honourable Chair, out of the working population, currently 11.7 million people are unemployed, and the youth bears the brunt as they constitute 58.4% of this portion. Honourable Chair, 6.1 billion has been allocated to the Public Works and Infrastructure for coordination of the Public Works program to accelerate the efforts aimed at creating job opportunities and provide training for unskilled, marginalized, and unemployed people. Honourable Chair, in the coming days, as the country is turned into a construction site, as per the declaration of our President Cyril Ramaphosa, this program must play a pivotal role ensuring that the unemployed are first in line. while at the same time bringing in radical ways in collaboration with the private and public institutions to transit the participants into meaningful jobs through providing them with support to use their acquired skills to access further opportunities. As such, honorable members, participation in the Public Works Program should be stepping stone and not a permanent reality. Honorable members, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan has elevated infrastructure as a key driver of economic growth and job creation. To this end, 44 billion has been allocated for 37 regional bulk infrastructure projects across the country aimed at providing communities with clean and safe water. Honorable members, in Mpumalanga, the Department of Water and Sanitation is coordinating the 2 billion rands low-scope bulk water project to build a pipeline from the low-scope dam to Tembisile local municipality. The project, honorable members, has already created 2,000 jobs through the Infrastructure and Public Works Program. Certainly, Honorable Van Rooyen, the situation is not dire. In the Northwest Province, there is the coordination of the 400 million rands Bulametsi program. 100 job opportunities for locals have been created thus far, and close to 22,000 households and population of 201,000 will benefit from the successful completion of the reservoir. Certainly, the situation is not dire. In KwaZulu-Natal, infrastructure projects are being made in the Umsunduzi, Amajuba, King Cetshwayo, and Uthukela, amongst others, to improve water and sanitation services with approximately 2 billion rands. The project thus far, honorable members, have created close to 400 jobs. Certainly, the situation, Honorable Van Rooyen, is not dire. There are but some of the practical interventions the government is making to transform the face and structure of our economy and improve the lives of our people. Honorable members, in this medium-term expenditure framework, there is an increased allocation in financial and human resource to improve safety and security. The ANC manifesto calls for the intensification of war against crime in order to make the communities safe. This includes action against drugs, organized crime, gender-based violence and femicide, infrastructure theft and vandalism, extortion and gangsterism. It is for this reason, honorable members, that we support the increased allocations made to enhance police visibility, improve community responsiveness, increase detection rate and crime intelligence capability, as well as ensuring public confidence in the police service. Over the medium-term expenditure framework period, more police personnel will be recruited to bolster the fight against crime. This strategic intervention, honorable members, is crucial for addressing the growing demands of our communities and ensuring that we can effectively combat crime across the country. To this end, for the 2024-25 financial year, there is an additional funding allocated to the police department to appoint 10,000 police officers. An additional 2.8 billion rands has been set aside for ICT infrastructure upgrades to modernize and improve efficiencies in combating crime, honorable members. To address the issue of high crime rates required a multi-pronged strategy that includes an effective education system that will produce competent and well-skilled individuals, reindustrialization of our economy to enhance job creation. Crime cannot be addressed, Honorable Chair, without tagging along its two blood sisters, which are education and job creation. And this Honorable Chair, We still have a long way to address the many social ills. However, we have confidence that the capable leadership of President Ramaphosa, under this government of national unity, the people of South Africa shall be the biggest beneficiaries of this budget. Honorable members, this obsession of opposing for the sake of opposing must come to an end. Sizomela abantu apha. Therefore, Honorable Chair, siyaqhuba, and we support the appropriation bill.
Honorable member, your time is expired.
Ngiyaleboga.
All right, honorable members, the next speaker
House Chair.
is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
House Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ndlozi.
On a point of privilege, Honorable Chair.
What privilege are you referring to?
We've been requesting since we've been the tent for a platform for us who are down to earth. Because now the podium had swallowed the honorable member.
Honorable
The
member,
cameras could
please,
only see
please
her
take your
hair.
seat. Please take your seat.
Please, let's get a platform
Honorable
for us
Ndlozi,
who are
please take your
vertically
seat.
challenged.
Provision has been made. It is available. And it's up to the member. You can even use it, Honorable Ndlozi. The Honorable Van Rooyen.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm standing on the basis of points of order rule 92. I didn't want to disturb the speaker because it was a maiden speech. But I think the speaker conducted herself in such a way that it was unparliamentary because she lied to the nation by saying
No, Honorable member, take your
is not
seat.
dire.
Take your seat. Please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I want to remind honorable members not to abuse Rule 92 to make political statements. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Frolick, the Deputy President of the Republic, Honorable Paul Mashatile, honorable members, let me start by thanking the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriation Chair, Honorable Maimane, and the committee for guiding this appropriation bill. The approval by this Parliament, the National Assembly, of the appropriation bill will grant the legal authority of departments to spend. Honorable members have spoken about the problem of the public debt, and we agree with the observations on how the public debt erodes public expenditure. We spend 300 billion on debt service cost, the money that we could be using to finance very important needs of our people. But let me briefly talk about how we are dealing with this problem. Firstly, we said it's important for us to realize what we call the primary budget surplus, which is the revenue is supposed to be higher than the expenditure. And in that way, we reduce the budget shortfall, the deficit. And as we do that, we reduce the need to go out and borrow more money. And as we do that, the cost of borrowing becomes lesser and lesser. Dealing with the public debt it's in the interest of economic growth. Because we borrow this money from the savings of South Africans. And this is the money that should be available also to the entrepreneurs to start their businesses, to grow their businesses. If all these savings are sucked by the public debt, it means the entrepreneurs will be without capital, money that they require to invest in their businesses. And if money is limited, if supply is limited, it also means the cost of borrowing will increase. So it is in the interest of dealing with the public debt that we grow our economy. Of course, as we always say, borrowing in itself is not bad. The question is, can you afford it? And what are you borrowing for? And members have well articulated the problem of the way in which we've been using the money that we generate either from tax as well as borrowing, that we've been spending it more on bailing out failing SOEs and consumption. Honorable Van Rooyen says that we should not be concerned about the inflation. Honorable members, inflation erodes the purchasing power of the poor. The increase of prices erodes the buying power of the poor. The social grants, as we provide them to the poor, they should be able to buy goods and services in the market. Similarly, workers should be able to afford what's in the market. The President has articulated in his opening address to this Parliament that one of the priorities of this government of national unity is inclusive growth. It's also to deal with poverty and reducing the cost of living. So dealing with inflation, it's in the interest of the poor, but also economic growth. Because if our goods and services that we produce here in South Africa are too expensive, the rest of the world will find it very difficult to buy our goods. So our export performance will be negatively affected, and as a result, our growth will be stunted. The Honorable Van Rooyen says, well, we shouldn't care about price stability. So today the bread must be 20 rand, and then tomorrow it should be 50 rand. How do you plan as a household? How are we going to plan ourselves here in the budget processing, in dealing with the budgeting? Because you budget also on the basis of what are the costs of the things that we've got to buy as government. Honorable Hlangweni, I'm not so sure if you live in this country, because you say South Africa does not produce toilet paper. You just have to move around factories here in Cape Town. There are a number of companies there's a difference between saying you don't produce tissues in South Africa and the people who are producing toilet papers. But to say that South Africa does not even produce tissue, I don't think it's empirically correct. And we agree with you that we're interested in the industrialization, and it's for this reason that this budget supports industrialization, including the production of electric vehicles in South Africa. Yes, there have been cuts in certain programs, and this is largely because of, in some instances, it's largely because of underspending, wherein, and we want to really ask this House to look very closely around the under-expenditure by different departments. I mean, the National Electrification Program and the Community Works programs were adjusted downwards, and we took that money to allocate it to municipalities and the presidential employment initiatives. Honorable vessels, BEE, it's in the interest of economic growth in this country. President spoke about inclusive growth. What apartheid did in this country, it denied South Africa entrepreneurship of black people. Black people's land was taken away. If you read Colin Barnett, The Rise and Fall of the Peasantry, he demonstrates how the African peasantry was participating in the growth, in the industrial growth in this country, where mines were growing, and they were selling and outcompeting some of the white farmers. Apartheid in this country denied black people, suppressed artificially income distribution, wages. And in that way, it denied South Africa the growth of its market. And all what we are doing, it's simply to grow South Africa. So do not present an argument that seems to suggest that anything black, anything that participates in the economy which is black, it's not in the interest of economic growth. And of course, inflation...
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the appropriation bill being read a first time? There are objections. Can those parties who are objecting indicate their objection?
Honourable Speaker, MK object.
It will be recorded. Honourable Shavambu.
Please note the objection of the economic freedom fighters, and we call for division.
Honourable members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. All honourable members, take up your allocated seats, and can we ensure that the doors are now closed? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please ensure that you are seated. Honorable members, we will follow the manual voting procedure that was utilized earlier, and I have established that we do have a quorum in the House. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the appropriation bill be read a first time. Voting will now commence, and I will request the whips of the different political parties to confirm the number of their members present. And they should also indicate if they vote in favor or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC votes in favor with 137 members. Thank you.
The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you,
Order,
House.
honorable members. You see, when you interject in between, then I can't hear the speakers. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA has 74 members present, and we vote in favor.
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC has 51 members, and we...
Is it?
MK.
Order, order, honorable members. Order.
ANC.
Order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members of the ANC. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Don't get so excited. Order. Honorable members, order. The honorable member just had a slip of the tongue. The chief whip.
Chair, the ANC did rig our vote. That's why I was saying so.
So are you voting in favor?
We're voting against.
You're voting against. Order, honorable members. Can you repeat the number of members, Honorable Chief Whip of MK? The number of members present?
The number has increased.
The number of members?
Yes, it has increased, yeah. 51, yeah.
51, thank you. The EFF, order, honorable members. The EFF?
The EFF is 27, and we're voting against.
Honorable members, if you are going to interject like this the entire afternoon, then we are going to stay here until tomorrow morning.
We're 27 and we're voting against.
Thank you. The IFP.
I mean, the president of MK is a member
No,
of the
honorable
ANC. That's why
member.
you're taking him to DC.
Honorable member, it's not your time to explain your vote. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP with 12 members present vote in favor.
The PA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The PA with 7 members vote in favor.
The FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Die Vryheidsfront Plus is 3 lede teenwoordig en ons ondersteun.
Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA with 6 members, we vote against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 1 member voting against. Thank you.
UDM.
2 members in the House voting in favor. Itani Malbo.
Rise. Honorable
1 member
members. Honorable
voting in
members.
support.
Honorable members. I just want to hear what the Chief Whip say so that they can declare the vote. It's not necessary to elicit responses after you've indicated the number of votes. Please. Rise.
1 member support.
Bossa.
With 2 members, Bossa votes in support.
ATM. Al-Jama.
Honorable Chair, 2 members support.
NCC. The PAC.
1 member in support.
UAT. Good.
1 member support.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? There's none. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 85 that voted against, 242 voted in favour. There's no abstentions, and the question is accordingly agreed to, and the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of votes and schedule on the Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to thank the parties for advising the staff on which votes they will make declarations, where they will record objections, and on which they intend dividing. This information is useful to assist the process this afternoon. I will put each vote and ask parties for declarations of vote as they have indicated. Members who are in the chamber may make declarations of vote from the floor microphones or the podium. But at this point, I want to request the honourable members who are then sitting nearby or opposite the honourable member who will use their seat in the chamber not to make noise while they make their declarations, otherwise they will not be audible. After the declarations have been completed, I will put the vote for a decision. Honourable members are reminded that in terms of Rule 108, Sub-Rule 5, a global time for declarations of vote has been agreed upon, and parties will be allowed to make declarations as per the agreed time allocation. Once a party has exhausted its allocated time, it will no longer be recognized to make further declarations. For divisions, bells will be rung for 30 seconds. For the first division, but for further divisions following immediately thereafter, the bells can be rung as soon after the lapse of 15 seconds as the presiding officer may direct in terms of Rule 112. Lastly, I've also been informed that a request has been submitted to prioritize budget votes 21, 24, and 28, which deals with police, as well as vote 34, related to mineral resources and energy. These budget votes will be taken first to enable the relevant members of the executive to participate in the NCOP plenary session scheduled at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I now put vote number 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. There's no request for declaration of votes. Are there any objections? EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF and we'll call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Thank you, honourable members. Take up your allocated seats. We'll follow the same manual procedure that was followed earlier.
On a point of order,
What is the order, honourable member?
The bells must be rung for 5 minutes, not 30 seconds.
No, it's my discretion to decide, honourable
No,
member.
we are still counting.
In terms of Rule 112, the presiding officer can decide, and I announce that the first vote will be 30 seconds.
But
and
you
then
said 5 minutes.
Honourable
You
member,
decided.
honourable member, are you challenging my decision?
Yes, I'm challenging.
We are proceeding with the vote.
Okay, House Chair, just be consistent. If you say 5 minutes, and then the House
Honorable
gets
Member,
suspended-
you are delaying proceedings.
No, I'm not. I'm addressing you to run us
Honorable
properly.
Member, I've made a ruling. I'm
No,
not going to
that's
change
fine.
it.
You have power, but don't abuse
I'm
it.
not going to change it.
Yeah, that's okay, but don't abuse
So take your
power.
seat. Take your seat. I will now request the Honorable Chief Whips of the different political parties to indicate their votes. The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. The ANC with 135 members support.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 74 votes support.
MK.
Thank you, House Chair. The MK with 51 members object to the report.
EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters were 27 and were voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP supports with 12.
The PA. IFP with how many votes?
12.
Thank you. The PA.
Thanks, House Chair. The PA supports with 7 votes.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. FF Plus with 4 votes in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 6 votes, we object.
ACDP.
ACDP with 1 vote supports.
UDM. The UDM.
UDM with 2 votes, we support.
Rise Mzansi.
Rise Mzansi with 1, we support.
Bossa.
Build 1SA with 2 votes, we support.
ATM. Al Jama.
Al Jama with 2 votes support.
NCC. The PAC.
PAC 1 in support.
UAT. Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member from a political party who want to vote differently from their party? There's none. This voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 84 voted against, 242 voted in favor. The vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote number 24, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. There's no request for declarations. Are there any objections? MK Party?
The MK object, Chair.
Objection is noted. Are there any further objections? The Honorable Shivambu.
The EFF objects to the budget and calls for division.
Honorable members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Please take up your seats. Honorable members, we are following the same voting procedure, and I will now recognize the chief whips of political parties to indicate their vote. The ANC.
The ANC with 137 vote in support.
The DA.
House Chair, the DA with 76 votes vote in support.
MK.
House Chair, MK with 51 votes, we object the report.
Thank you. The EFF.
The EFF with 27 were voting against.
Thank you. The IFP.
The IFP with 12 votes, we support.
Thank you. PA.
The PA with 7 votes in support.
Thank you. FF Plus.
FF Plus 4 votes in support.
Action SA,
Action SA, 6 votes against.
ACDP,
ACDP, 1 vote supporting.
UDM,
2 votes supporting, Chair.
thank you. Rise Mzansi,
1 vote we support.
BOSA,
With 2 votes, we support.
ATM, Al Jama,
Al Jama, 2 votes support.
thank you. NCC, the PAC,
1 vote in support.
thank you. UAT, good,
1 in support.
thank you. Honorable members, is there any member who want to vote differently from their party? There's no indication, and this voting session is closed. Order, honorable members. The outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 84 voted against. 246 voted in favor. The vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 28, police. Declarations of vote has been requested. And I will now identify the following parties. The MK party.
Chair, we object to the report.
Do you want to make a declaration?
Yes, yes, yes.
No, I'm dealing with the MK party.
Okay, perfect.
Is there
No,
no
I don't
declaration?
want declaration.
The EFF? No, before I get to the EFF, the DA. The DA has also requested the declaration.
Yes, Honourable Chair. I'm going to stand.
Order, honourable members. I want to hear the honourable member.
The DA acknowledges that this is a legacy budget and we support it in order to allow the GNU to continue with its work. However, we will engage with the ANC and other parties within the GNU on the following points over the medium-term expenditure framework and the next budgets. Collaboration with police unions, civil rights bodies, private security industry and other law enforcement agencies. And then also the adequate protection of whistleblowers with regards to investigations like that of targeted murders like Babita Deokaran, increasing capacity within the South African Police Service generally, improving the quality and implementation of wellness programs of SAPS members. Adequate budget is allocated to combating GBV and family violence and focusing on improving ground-level resources, growing detective services, re-establishing specialized units, and restructuring of crime intelligence units. The DA supports the budget and will do everything in our power to ensure that future budgets are aligned to the crucial programs in order to make our community safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to reject the proposed budget on the Department of Police, IPID, and Civilian Secretariat. Chair, the EFF notes that it has already on different platforms indicated how crime has become a haven for criminals in this country, and there's no one who takes accountability for it. Weekend after weekend, we do not have less than 30 murders in Cape Town alone in the Cape Flats. We know that gender-based violence is a pandemic in this country. And even in the budget of this 7th Parliament, there is no specific and no strategic plan on how to combat gender-based violence and femicide. And therefore, we reject it on the basis that no one went to Toyando to go and check why is there a high gender-based violence and rape in particular, rape crime. And no one in the subs department has went to these areas, has never went to Umlazi to go and check what is the reason for these crimes. And therefore you come here and request for a budget that is not informed by what are the indicators of these crimes and how to fight these crimes. You want us to give you a huge amount of budget so that yourselves and the president himself can increase his security and not the security of women and children in this country. Gender-based violence is a pandemic here. And no one goes in detail on what are the impacts of these crimes in our families. Young children and women are raped by their own partners, by their uncles in their homes. And there's no one who has given a responsibility to iron out and single out these perpetrators in our homes. Young children are subjected to being sex slaves because there's no jobs in this country. They are heading families and they're supposed to be protecting their families and providing for their families. And that is why they are subjected to being sex objects. So therefore, we reject this budget of the department which concludes that they have failed women and children in South Africa, and women and children have no comfort zones in these police stations. Instead, they get abused in the police stations, they get ridiculed in police stations, they get re-traumatized of the experiences that they face on a day-to-day basis in these so-called safe spaces called police stations. Chairperson, this department must be held accountable. The APPs must be reviewed and speak directly to the crime crisis that we have in this country. And the minister must also be held accountable. So when the minister and the chairperson of this portfolio committee speak about police, they need to speak about the direct impacts that young people and children and women in this country are facing. The crimes, the high rate of crimes in Cape Flats, no one goes to Cape Flats and identifies the issues that people in Cape Flats are experiencing, because these areas have been identified as no-go areas. And even the police themselves feel unsafe to go to these areas, but we want to stand here and give out a position that the police can protect this country. We reject this budget, and for as long as no one has ever put and considered the lives of our people, the lives of women and children, we will never support a budget that excludes women and children.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Honourable Chair, I just want to ask if the member would be willing to answer a question.
No, it's not time for questions now, Honourable Member. The member has left the podium. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngithathele ithuba njengoba ngangenzile ngonyaka ophelile. Ngafika kule ndlu ngazocela owayemphathiswa ngaleso sikhathi ukuba abukele eduzane udaba le cross border crime. Manje ke ngiyafisa ukuthi namhlanje ngilenze iqiniso lokuthi ngibuye ngikushayela ihlombe inyathelo umhlonishwa ubheka icela ayithathayo ezenza ukuthi sibuke kuboshwa igebengu eziningi ezinye zidudulane namaphoyisa zize eliminateke. Simshayela ihlombe kakhulu ngalokho akwenzayo. Siyafisa sengathi umsebenzi awuqalile. Umkhaya wami ongene kulesikhundla ehlela kuso uNdosi sengathi ngaqhubeka lapha agcine khona intervention yakhe iyawenza umehluko. Ubugebengu izinga labo lehle ngezinga eliphezulu in terms of cross border crime. Kodwa ngiyafisa namhlanje ukucela lokhu ukuthi imonto eyiwela umngcele ziweliswe ziye ngaphesheya koMozambique nasemazweni angomakhelwane namanje azibuyi nokuba zitholakala ngaphesheya but azibuyi zize South Africa. Ngicela ukuthi ke kule budget kube nayo into eyiplan ukuthi imonto zabantu bakithi ngikhuluma ngoba ngumuntu nami onginemonto yami eyathathwa yawela. So ke ngiunderstanda kahle ukuthi ubhlungu bokuthathelwa imonto kuthathwe wena uyolahla ehlathini emgodini wemvubu busho ukuthini. So ke siyacela ukuthi imonto zethu eziningi ezihlele eMozambique nawo amanye amazwe ngomakhelwane ukube azibuyiswe zibuye zize South Africa kubanikazi bazo. Uma enze ekwazi ukwenza lokho uyobuseva impilo zabantu abaningi akade bedlwengulwa kuthathwe imonto zabo kulalwe nomama phambi kwamadoda abo kudlwengulwa izingane phambi kwabakhwenyana bazo nabazali bazo. Lobo bugebengu sifisa ngathi intervention kaminister ingangapheza angashesha inqamule isawenza umehluko. Ngifisa nje ukuthi ngimphathise lokho umphathiswa umenze njalo uyobusebenzela isizwe sakithi. Thank you. IFP supported the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. This is the member from MK who wants to make a declaration.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, yabona ke nje i-MK i-very clear masifike entweni lezi. Yabona lento yakwagogo yokuthi nalaba be-GNU ningangahawuli phela.
Order, honorable members.
Siya-rejecta le budget. Ngama reason naka. One, in our plenary session, we were very clear that le ndaba le yokuthi abantu bagadwe ba serve i-community, le budget le ye-VIP ayisleshwe bakwethu. One reason, I know ukuthi mhlambe ngikada ngabantu amazwane. Sinama issues with drug trafficking. Sinama issues amanengi emphakathini esifuna ukuthi umbuso lo uwaqalelele. Le mali enengi kangaka eberegiswa for ugada abantu ayenzi sense man. Abantu bayalila, ama police station akekho rehe emakhaya. Ngike ngenza umzekelo ku minister ngathi engwelezane kwaZulu Natal kunabantu aba between 115,000 and 120,000. Kune police station yomkhukhu yinye one. Mongaphuma uyela ngaphandle yokubona amapolisa ukuthi angangani ugada abantu abakhethwe babantu ayenzi sense into leyo. Now I'm saying as a MK party angeke sayisupporta i-budget le engasingi yabantu. I-budget le noma ningangahawula kangakanani abantu naleli isokana liyasukuma lapha.
Honorable member, the podium. Just take a seat, please.
Thank you.
Why are you rising, honorable member?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to check if the member is willing to take a question.
Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question?
Hayi ngizoyithatha mangisuka la. Hayi ngisese la. Okwanje ngisa addressa abantu abalaleleko la nasemakhaya. Bakwethu ake sibe neqiniso. Abantu bayalila ubugebengu bungangani. I-statistics is clear. Aboma abarepa wongelanga about 70 every minute. Yeah. Now, inkoloyi ezithathwela abantu zinengangangani. Amapolisa la agadako ngabe mhlambe ngiwo agada so-called executives. Ngabe ngiwo agada abantu ekhaya. Now, I'm saying ngivala from MK, ngichukuthi EDA leya unyaka opheleleko ayikade ni. They objected the budget le, saying cabinet is bloated. All of a sudden nasi cabinet bloated abantu ngiyazi ukuthi kunenkhundla babaphila inkhundla whatever baphezona. But we are very clear thina. Sithi imali yamapolisa ayiberekisele ukuthuthukisa abantu ama-police station la. As I said, unomkhukhu we-police station for over 15 years. 15 years. Hayi anamahloni. Mara ke uthembisile uministara wamapolisa ukuthi bazosicala indwezo not only eNgwelezane, i-country yonke as a whole. Ama-border wethu nawa akekho mnandi. Mara nina nihlelele ukusihlewula. Niyasihlewula masikhulumako la. Kunokuthi ngabe nithatha ama-note nokulungisa indwezi. Mara ngoba ke laba bendlebe ezikhanyilanga kwangathi babe ne-influence msinyana. Niyalazi iqiniso. Nibuya endaweni esibuya kizo. Mina ngiyanibawa. Ngithi bantu bakwagogo. Akhe nibe nenhliziyo man. Abantu bayalila ekhaya. U-National Commissioner nongqongqoshe ngiyanibawa ukuthi i-budget le ekhona akhe niyiberekise ngendlela yakhona. Ningathomi nikhuluma amala ebantwini ngoba amala la enwakhulumako in the next election le 40% izoba yi-20%.
Honorable member.
The 40% izoba yi-20%.
Take your seat, please.
Ngiyathokoza.
Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Honorable Chair, the term ukreula is
I can't hear the honorable member. Order, honorable members.
The term
ukukrewula is unparliamentary because it's an ngesizulu akekho umuntu okrewulayo kukrewula inja. So akekho umuntu.
Thank you, Honourable
So
Member.
it's unparliamentary to use that term.
Your point is noted. Honourable, on the order, Honourable Members, I've asked the NA table to check Hansard for me and I'll make a ruling later this afternoon. You see, Honourable Members, it's difficult even to hear the translation because of the noise that you're making. Because you must listen to the Honourable Member at the podium, you must also listen to the translation, and then there's a lot of noise coming from the chamber. So it's not easy to immediately make a ruling. I ask for your cooperation. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP would like to thank all those members in uniform and those that are not in uniform that serve in the South African Police Service, dedicated every day, doing their very best, and many of them have given their lives. Yes, we know there are rotten apples amongst them, but they try their very best. However, that having been said, it is the central role of government to protect its citizens, and yet we believe that it is failing in this regard. People do not feel safe in their homes, at work, in public places. Our communities are ravaged by crime, and we see that the SAPS and law enforcement officials are not doing sufficient in this regard. We've even had a member of parliament that was kidnapped. Chairperson, so what is the most efficient deterrent to crime? That is the sure knowledge that you as a perpetrator will be apprehended, successfully prosecuted, and sentenced to a lengthy period of imprisonment. Yet sadly, many criminals get away with their crimes, and if apprehended, are not successfully prosecuted. What is needed is more efficient policing. What is needed is more efficient prosecuting. 1.5 million dockets were returned by the NPA to the SAPS over a period of years, and this is staggering. Yet if one considers the SAPS budget, it has seen an increase of 50 billion rand over the past 10 years. The question is whether this increase and these funds are being properly spent. What is also concerning is that poorly trained SAPS officials have cost the taxpayer 2.2 billion rand in civil claims over the last financial period. This is more than the entire budget for the forensic science laboratories. It is almost a third of its budget for crime intelligence, and nearly a quarter of its budget for border security. Chairperson, far more needs to be done to improve law enforcement and our criminal justice system to ensure the safety and protection of our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. Rais Mzansi.
Nakenza Mtramastulu. Mtramastulu, I rise to put the 7th administration and the Minister of Police on notice. The people of this country are not safe. The people of South Africa are not safe, Minister. I said this when we were debating, that we are spending a lot of billions protecting ourselves. It can't be. It can't be that we are spending a lot of billions protecting politicians. I mean, you just have to see what was happening when Parliament was open. It was us there, but the number of police officials that were deployed there on the Thursday was just, it was an over-deployment. But on Friday, it was still the same people that were attending the session, but there were less police. That should tell you something. The way this budget is being used, Minister, is not correct. So this is what we want to see as Rais Mzansi. We want to see this budget that is currently used to protect ministers, deputy ministers, and politicians to be reallocated to fight illegal guns, to fight criminals carrying illegal guns in communities. We want to see the budget that is currently allocated to protect politicians to be reallocated to increase the number of detectives. Because here's the situation. As you'll know, criminals are arrested, but very few are prosecuted. And as Honorable Swart was saying, that the investigation of criminals is actually not going right. That's why those that are arrested, within few days or few weeks, they get released and released back to communities to continue doing their work. So we have said we put a notice, Minister, for this, because this, and we've had our conversation. I think you mean well. I believe you mean well. This time we'll support this budget for this round. But if next year we are still seeing 4 billion rands or over 4 billion rand to protect politicians, we are not going to support it. We'll support you this year because we want to see what you'll do with it. But from next year, we don't want to see billions being spent to support, to protect politicians.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Bossa.
Honourable Chairperson, fellow South Africans, over 70 of our fellow South Africans were murdered today, yesterday, the day before. Daily, the number of citizens being killed in this country is unacceptable. Second to this issue is the fact that too many of our citizens are being asked to pay protection fees when they're trying to figure out how to get to work and look after their livelihood. I stand here to support this budget and want to, Minister, make a few proposals, particularly going into the midterm going forward. The first is, I think we cannot deny that we need to figure out how to reform the efficacy of policing. In part, the 1994 and consensus was such that we kept SEPs as a national competence. I do think the time has come that we need to think harder about how many more powers do we allocate to provinces, and furthermore, how do we ensure that we can aggregate the number of police with metro police, particularly in centers. Second, and along to this issue, the ratio of policing on the average at this point in time is for 1 policeman for every 450 odd citizens. In truth, the international benchmark is less than that, 1 to 250, and in other communities it can be exaggerated further. There are more private police in this country than there are actual national police. We need to increase this number, aggregate it with metro police, commission a review, and then lastly, I want to say that in support of this budget, I genuinely want us to consider what aspects of digitization do we put within the policing so that we are far more effective. This way we can ensure that our response time is quicker and we don't inherit a historical legacy of how we allocate resources. So in that regard, Minister, along with how we do the reviews in the next while, I endorse the budget, but urge that we make those serious considerations going forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Al-Jamaa.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Ministers, Members, and viewers, Assalamu alaikum. Crime remains not only high, but criminals are becoming more sophisticated and more brazen due to the inability of the government to ensure sufficient presence and availability of adequate, skilled and specialized police officials. The killing fields on Cape Flats must come to an end. Women and children are daily being killed. Gender-based violence is a pandemic. The best endeavors of police is not helping. Many of our people of this country have lost faith in the courts and SAPs, and it is due to many cases being withdrawn and not prosecuted due to lack of proper investigations. We note the budget for police services has been increased, but this is not enough considering the high crime rate in the country and the fact that we know SAPS has been underfunded, overloaded on cases and under-resourced for many years. This sector needs a larger amount of the budget to be channeled in effectively equipping in the police, in combating crime by providing them with adequate resources, skills and training, and a decent salary. Increase of specialized and investigative skills in office is vital for the success of cases which is often set up for failure due to lack of skill set provided to ensure proper collection of evidence and prove the elements of crime which would ultimately lead to a successful prosecution. Crime is keeping the citizens of our country hostage and one of the major factors crippling economic development in poor areas. This is evident on the Cape Flats. The new police recruits do not suffice for the loss of police officers who leave the sector. We have many dedicated and hard-working officers, but when all these officials are undervalued and undermotivated and underpaid, we have witness of these officials move to corruption. The corrupt elements along with the incompetent leaders must be dealt with and removed. Even if we manage to address the lack of resources in the sector, the presence of corrupt officials will undermine all good functions. This budget needs to be reallocated to fight crime and protect citizens, eradicate crime, and use the budget effectively and not frivolously. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I sometimes wish that a budget could buy passion, will, and common sense, irrespective of how many times we pass these budgets, whether they are sufficient or not sufficient. Our communities continue to be drenched in drugs. Honourable members, Action SA objects to this budget in the absence of it addressing policemen who use drugs. In the absence of this budget, not including many reservists in our country that have served this country for years and they are being ostracized and excluded. Action SA objects to this budget for the mere fact that we have been calling on a specialized unit to address drug abuse, and to date our children on the Cape Flats, Eldorado Park, Riverlea, Westbury are dying. They're no longer dying, hulle frek. While many of us as mothers has to stand with buckets and mops to mop up the blood on our front stoops and at our gates, we continue to stand here and call this business as usual. For me this afternoon, budget or no budget, there's no interest to serve our communities where our children are dying. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. We as the ANC support the budget vote of the Department of Police because we believe in the commitment of government to reducing the levels of violence, crime, fraud and corruption both in private and public sector. We also believe that we prioritize gender-based violence and resourcing of the South African Police, family violence, child protection and sexual offences will ensure that police intensify the fight against the GBV and femicide and thus ensuring the safety of our women and children. Among other things, the department will also ensure that the capacitation of the Director of Priority Crime Investigation, the DPCI cyber multidisciplinary units, as well as the capacitation of crime intelligence and skills and development. It is also important to note that the department will focus on the capacitation of the public order policing to ensure public order and adherence of law by the public and protest against, among other things. It is common cause that the police alone cannot win the fight against crime. As a society, we must work with the police to fight crime in our communities. We also require that of the victims on one side and the witness and whistleblowers on the other, and protected and encouraged to report crime and corruption. The ANC support the budget vote 28 of Department of Police. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections? Can those parties who are objecting indicate, please?
Yes, the Economic Freedom Fighters object to the budget.
Thank you.
ACDP objects to the budget vote, please.
It's noted. Yes, Honourable Member.
MK object to the budget vote.
Are there any further objections?
Action SA objects.
Are there any further objections? There's no further objections. Those objections are noted, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 34. Mineral Resources and Energy. We've received requests for declaration of vote. I now want to recognize the MK party.
Honorable Chair, my President, Jacob Zuma, my capable leaders, Dr. Hlope, Commander Sihle, I greet all my colleagues in the progressive. As MK, we reject the budget with these following reasons. A key legislation that has been tabled to the Parliament for amendment, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, MPRDA. This act has been subject to many legislation processes due to various legislative gaps. As a result, the mining sector is confronted with significant policy uncertainty. The committee has expressed the need for this act to be amended and tabled to the Parliament as a matter of urgency. However, this did not happen during the sixth administration, with a simple reason: because this act is in favor of the historical disadvantaged South Africans. The same government that is in the House now, the government of GNU, the government of apartheid, is one that want to advance this thing so that people who were disadvantaged by apartheid could not access the opportunities in the minerals of South Africa. That's why we are rejecting this. The families at Lily Mine, they are still in search of their loved ones. The families are trapped down there, but the very same government, they behave as if there's nothing, while the decision has been granted to the department that mine should be opened. Because this government is slowly dragging the South African who voted for the respective political party. The people at home, they don't know about the GNU. They know their parties that they voted for. But now there's this animal in the house called the GNU that's not in favor of the communities. The minister, they are citing the thing of illegal mining. Why they don't hold Anglo-American accountable? Anglo has been leaving the areas of mining without doing the rehabilitation. That's the reason why there's so many illegal miners that are accumulating the places that are unattended in South Africa. It's because of the minister is not doing his job.
Honorable member, will you just take your seat, please? There is a hand somewhere at the back. The Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard the member at the podium refer to the members in the GNU as animals, and I would like, if that is the case, for him to withdraw, please.
No, honorable members, please take your seat, honorable member. Honorable members, the reference was made to a broad group. It was not to a specific member of the House, so that point of order is not sustained. Please continue, honorable member.
Amasela tatazela. Tatazela and Masela. Nizotatazela Masela MK figile.
Your time is up.
The very same government promised people the 7 national priorities, of which it was a capital and ethical development state, economical transformation and job creation, education and skill, consolidation, and the social wage through the reliable qualities and basic services. But up until now, no job created in that 7 priorities that were made promises to the people by the same government of Amasela.
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Here in front of me, I have Unparliamentary Expressions book, 7th Parliamentary Edition. Amasela and Isela have been ruled unparliamentary in 2019. And I let it go when Honorable Ntangwini said it, but I can't let it go when it's repeated again. It's unparliamentary, and you must rule it as such. Thank you.
No, honourable members, we will request you that we must always refer to one another in respectful terms. It's very often a reflection on you as well with the type of language that you use. So let us desist from using language that can be offensive to other members of parliament. And let us abide by the rules so that we can conduct our business in an orderly manner. What we do and say here, order. What we do and say here and the type of language that we use have an impact in society that you will ultimately be confronted with when you're outside these chambers. So let's abide by referring to each other in respectful terms and steer away from conduct that can be interpreted in an unparliamentary manner. Honourable Shavambu.
No, thanks, Chair. It's correct that you guide how the House should operate, but it's factually incorrect that there was a ruling that the member who gave a point of order says exists. There's no such a ruling.
Oh, I will check, Honourable Member.
There's no such a thing.
I've made a ruling now that we proceed. Thank you.
Let's deal with it in the Rules Committee properly and appropriately, but the manner in which the intervention is...
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now want to proceed. The Democratic Alliance.
There is a great deal to dislike in this budget. It's funding a ridiculously long cadastral acquisition process. It does not close the door on corruption amongst officials. It's supporting red tape regulations that enforce barriers to entry for explorers and new miners that keep our people out of employment. It pushes new nuclear builds with no assurance it will not deteriorate into a looting frenzy like Medupi and Kusile. All of this would be reason not to support this budget. Yet we have decided to be part of the GNU because we believe we can change these and other failings. The first step in doing so is to keep the government going by supporting this budget. We do so because we have faith there will be changes in future. There cannot be business as usual. We need to have transparency. Why do we have to launch PIA applications to see what should be public information? We need to know the timelines, status and costs associated with both the long-term operation of Koeberg and the nuclear new build. We need to see the process followed by Petro SA and the records of decision in the appointment of Equator Holdings and Gazprom Bank. We need a relaxation of, not an intensification of, the red tape of the mining charter. We need a monthly dashboard that records license applications and backlogs. We need a working cadastral system, not a continuously extended target. This budget has our support, but do not take our continued support for granted.
Action SA. The Speaker from Action SA.
Honourable House Chairperson, we won't be supporting this budget, nor will we support preceding budgets of this department until the container that holds the remains of Preting Kambula, Solomon Nyirende and Yvonne Mnisi is retrieved. So we're putting you on notice, Makupe.
The ANC.
Honourable House Chair, this budget is an indication of the ANC's resolve for transformation and growth of the mineral and petroleum industries. For example, the load shedding and illegal mining that have been a thorn in the flesh of the ANC-led government are on a notice. Both the two anathemas are a fly in the white milk called the ANC government. The ANC finds solace in the words of the Chinese philosopher Confucius when he counsels as follows, I quote, "Our greatest glory is not in never failing, but in rising every time we fall," close quote. We dare say we can see clearly now the rain is gone. The ANC supports the budget 34. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, order. I now want to put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. Will those parties indicate? MK?
MK object.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
The EFF?
Please note the objection of the economic freedom fighters, and we're calling for division.
Honorable members, the division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, can you take up your allocated seats? We do have a quorum. I will now ask the chief whips of political parties to indicate their votes and if they vote in favor or against. The ANC?
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC votes in favor with 136. 136 support.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, the DA with
Point of
74
order,
members votes in favor.
Point of order, House Chair.
What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
So the ANC has been voting at 137 throughout, and then now the minister and the two deputy ministers of police have gone to the NCOP for the other budget vote.
Order, honorable members.
Get your facts properly.
Order.
The number
You are
of
obsessed with ANC.
Honorable members. Honorable Shabambu.
So
yes, Makiwan. Order. Order, honorable members.
So we need to count physical one by one.
Honorable
As to how
Shabambu.
many people are there. So
Honorable Shabambu, we will get the chamber staff with the ANC whips just to check their numbers. And then we'll see if it makes any material difference to the outcome. Honorable members, there's members still switching on their microphone without being recognized. We're going to ask you to leave the chamber if you do that and not to return for the day. You are disturbing the proceedings. The Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I want to dispute what the Honorable Shibambu is saying. The Honorable Minister of Police is seated there at the back. The NCOP is starting at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
The Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the Democratic Alliance with 74 members votes in favor.
The MK Party.
House Chair, MK with 51 members object the budget.
Thank you. The EFF. I want to hear from the EFF. There's too much noise in the House.
the Economic Freedom Fighters is 27, and we're voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP with 12 is voting in favor.
The Patriotic Alliance.
The PA with 7 members is voting in favor.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
House Chair, the Freedom Front Plus with 4 members vote in favor.
Action SA.
Action SA, 6 members against.
The ACDP.
The ACDP is 1 member in favor.
The UDM.
UDM, 2 members in favor.
Thank you. The Rise Mzansi.
Rise Mzansi, 1 member we support.
Bosa.
Build One SA with 2 members we support.
ATM is not here. Al Jama.
Al Jama, 2 members in favor.
Thank you. The NCC. The PAC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. Honorable members, is there any member who want to vote differently from their political party? There's none. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 84 who voted against, 241 who voted in favor. The question is thus agreed to. Honorable members, there was earlier a point of order on the use of a particular word. I've now been assisted by the NA table, and indeed, Amasela is unparliamentary, and it will be ruled as such. It was in 2019 when a ruling was made, and that ruling will be sustained.
House Chair.
Yes,
On
Honourable
a
Member.
point of order. This is how Parliament rules operate, is that you object when a member has made a specific reference to one member to say, this person only said like one person, and then you can then object on that. When you make a reference in the context that you're doing, that is how the rules of Parliament are applied. Please don't rush to deal with these things in that way, because the rules prescribe that if there is multiple interpretations of how certain rulings are handled, we go to the Rules Committee, subject that to a review, and then develop a common perspective. Don't rush to take a conclusive view on this. We'll then expose to you later on that what you are doing is inconsistent with the rules of the National Assembly. So what you have just done now is inconsistent with our
Honourable
rules.
members, I've made a ruling. If you have a problem with the ruling, take it to the Rules Committee. It is up to the presiding officer that presides at the time when the word is used to decide whether that word has been used in a particular context against a certain member or against the party or whatever. But we can't preempt that, honourable members. The presiding officer at the time will have to decide and look at the context. Honourable members, I will now suspend proceedings. Order. I will suspend proceedings until 2:40 p.m. 2:40 p.m. and the bells will be rung 10 minutes before the time.
House Chair.
Proceedings
House
is now
Chair.
yes,
House Chair.
honourable member.
May we suggest we have a shorter lunch break? Do we really
Honourable
need an
members,
hour?
proceedings is suspended until 2:40 p.m. Thank you. The bells will be rung.
The Deputy Speaker.
Please be seated. Honourable members, I now put vote 1, the presidency. Declarations of vote have been requested, and I call upon MK. MK has requested a declaration. I do not see the speaker, so we'll proceed.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Ntlangwini.
Deputy Speaker, there's an unprecedented thing that is happening at these gates. And many of our members are still stuck at those gates. So if we're going to say the break, no, wait, Wena. Don't want to come and find relevance on me.
Honourable Ntlangwini, please
If we
address
want
the
to
speaker.
say the break is a certain amount of time, let members not be stopped the way they are being stopped there at the gate like common criminals. The police there at the gate are not allowing members in. So please, members are there at the gate and it's affecting the business of the day. We literally had to run to come here. Please, we had this situation in the 6th Parliament. Those that have not been here won't know. That is howling from the side of the ANC. Thank you.
Honourable Ntlangwini, yes, you have made your point. That is not really a point of order, but I am quite aware that it could cause a problem. Could I perhaps just check in terms of the MK, do you have your speaker who would make a declaration on vote 1? Honourable Reddy.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, led by President Jacob Zuma, will vote against this budget, and this vote in particular, and here's why. To the masses, to the youth of South Africa, the most unemployed in the world, and to the over 55% living in poverty, the majority of whom are black people, and here I include South African Indians and Coloureds as well, the President and this budget said, fuck all. His fancy words in the Queen's English amount to lies.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. As from the Chair, we do have certain conventions that we do uphold the dignity of this House, and even when you quote, I do ask you to please respect the dignity and decorum of this House in terms of the language that is used in this House. Thank you.
That word was used by the President and declared parliamentary. So the President has likened us to breakers. We embrace this label because we seek to break the chains that bind our people in poverty and misery.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. There is a point, Honourable Trollop.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. There's now a bit of confusion. You've made a ruling and said that not to use unparliamentary language. The person at the podium now says that there's been a declaration that it's parliamentary to use that word. We'd need a ruling on that, please.
Honourable Trollip, I did not say it's unparliamentary. I asked the member to please uphold the decorum and dignity of this House. I did not say it was unparliamentary.
Sorry, I'm saying that the member at the podium says it's been declared parliamentary. We need clarity on that.
Honourable Trollip, no, it has not been declared parliamentary. It has been declared unparliamentary. So there is your ruling, but once again, I do want to reiterate that as members, we have a responsibility towards the public and the voters out there that we do uphold the decorum of this House with the language we utter, whether it is parliamentary or not. Thank you.
Thank you. For the information of the member, please read your booklet on parliamentary and unparliamentary words. It's been declared, it's been challenged, but not declared unparliamentary. The President has likened us to breakers. We embrace this label because we seek to break the chains that bind our people in poverty and misery. We aim to shatter the illusion that South Africa is prosperous and that its people are content. We strive to dismantle the divide between the rich and the poor.
At the podium, please take your seat. Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I don't want to belabor this point, but you've now made a declaration and you've said it's unparliamentary, and the honourable member at the podium continues to say, read the booklet, it is parliamentary. There's an impasse and we need a ruling on it because I don't believe it's parliamentary or acceptable language.
Honourable Trollip, it was in fact declared unparliamentary. So it is my ruling, and at this particular point, I would urge you to then write to the Speaker if you do have a problem with my ruling now. Thank you. And that is the end of the discussion, Honourable Trollip. I'm not going to go into a debate with you at this particular point. Thank you.
Speaker. As the United Nations report, South Africa is the most unequal country in the world.
Honourable Reddy, please take your seat. There's another point. Yes, Honourable Member, proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and my apologies. My hand has been up and you could not see it. Indeed, this word has been declared unparliamentary in 2022, and I accept your ruling. But what I think Honourable Frolick is not taking, and I'm not prepared to take, is for the member to continue to mislead the House to say it was considered unparliamentary or parliamentary, and he continues to move in that direction. He must withdraw. And unparliamentary language must be withdrawn. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, I have already made my ruling, and I will come back to the House then after this, so the member can proceed.
Like the fictional character Pinocchio that has a big nose that grows every time he tells a lie, the President has lied to the nation, to his ANC and to himself. The truth is that our country is in a worse state than it was 10 years ago. Over 55% of our people live in poverty, and unemployment has skyrocketed to over 30%. The only beneficiaries under Ramaphosa's ANC are the billionaires today who were millionaires during apartheid. The privatization of state-owned enterprises is well underway. Friends and colleagues understand that the sale of this country is well underway under this president. The president of the ANC is busy selling off our state-owned enterprises. Now it is payback time, because you remember during the ANC conference, 1 billion rand was paid by these white monopoly capital industries so he can become president of the ANC and become president of the country, so he can sell off our SOEs.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been trying to get the attention of the table. The Honourable Member at the podium made the statement that the President...
Honourable Members, I cannot hear the Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Speaker at the podium made a point and he said that the President has lied. I believe that's unparliamentary and that should be withdrawn.
Honourable Mulder, you are correct. In terms of Rule 85, it is unparliamentary and you cannot cast an aspersion. Please withdraw.
I withdraw. He tells untruths.
No, sorry, Honourable Member, that means the exact same thing. So you're not going to get away with that.
I withdraw. I withdraw. So the most important thing, and I conclude with this, the President is selling out the
Honourable
future.
Reddy, please take your seat. Honourable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Member on the podium is casting aspersion on the President. He said that the white monopoly capital paid for the President to become a President. So if he believes in that, he must bring a substantive motion to the House. Thank you.
Yeah? Honourable Member.
I will bring that motion.
Honourable Reddy, I have not made my ruling yet. Please sit.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Ndlozi, I am still busy with a ruling. Please take your seat. I will not recognise you before I have made my ruling. I have not recognised you. Honourable Blakudi, you are quite correct that if an aspersion is cast or improper motives are ascribed to the President, the Honourable Member knows that he should bring a substantive motion. So I will now take your point, Honourable Ndlozi.
Deputy Speaker, the President never denied the contributors of CR17.
Honourable Ndlozi, that
Please,
is
Deputy
a point
Speaker,
of
indulge
debate.
me.
It is not a point of order. Please take your seat.
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker.
Ndlozi, it is not a point of order. You are now giving your opinion.
I'm calling a point of order.
What is your point and in
My
which
point of
rule
order
is
is the definition of an aspersion would have said he stole or he got stolen money.
No.
But if they
Honourable
say
Ndlozi,
Capital gave him money to campaign, that is true, which he admitted here. You are suppressing freedom of speech,
Ndlozi,
Deputy Speaker.
you are now going into a debate
But you
about
are
the matter,
suppressing
and it
freedom
is
of
not
speech.
a point of order.
It's not an aspersion.
That is your opinion about an aspersion and your definition. So please take your seat. It is not sustained. Honourable Shivambu.
Deputy Speaker, there is a huge difference between an aspersion and statement of fact. The President of the ANC spoke in Parliament and admitted to the CR17 money which was used to buy an ANC conference. He, of course, gave a different context that he was not supposed to declare it here, but he did give that admission. To then rule that as if it doesn't exist is wrong. It sets wrong precedents. You can't have a parliament that is based on wrong information and lies.
Honourable Shivambu.
So that is a statement of fact which you cannot say must be withdrawn in terms of this particular process.
I have now ruled in terms of this matter, and this is where it will end. I will not take any further matters on this. I have ruled that it is out of order and that a substantive motion will be brought. That is the end of it. If anyone else has a problem with it, please write to the Speaker and it will be referred to the Rules Committee. Honourable Reddy, please proceed.
So in conclusion, the President here is selling out the future of the black child in South Africa. It's time for the ANC to rid itself of this greatest liability called Ramaphosa and return him to his handlers. Under his leadership, the ANC
please take your seat. Please take your seat. If I can see good enough, Honourable Manamela.
Yes, thank you. The speaker on the podium said earlier that the president lied, and then he said he's withdrawing, and then he said the president spoke untruths. But I don't know which one did he withdraw, that the president lied or the president spoke untruths. And if he just withdrew one, can we ask him to withdraw both of them because they're both unparliamentary?
Honourable Manamela, he did in fact withdraw both because I pointed to him that an untruth is the same as a lie, and he withdrew both.
So under his leadership, the ANC is a lame duck. He was sent to destroy this ANC from within. You have an agent right inside your ANC, and if you can't see it, then you are blind. I thank you.
The ANC.
Point of order, Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Ndlozi.
Okay. Members of the ruling opposition benches, Deputy Speaker, disrupt permanently members of the opposition with frivolous points of order. Can you please rein on them? Some of them are senior people here in the cabinet, howling. They are here as howlists. Please rein on them not to drown speakers in the opposition benches. Please, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Ndlozi, it is for the presiding officer to decide what is frivolous or not, and you are also doing that. I am hearing howling from both sides. Members, please lower the noise because we cannot hear the speakers. Honourable members, on both sides. And Honourable Ndlozi, please, yes, switch off your microphone. We now proceed. Honourable Ntuli.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports budget vote 1 on the President's, and the budget supports the constitutional duty of the President and the Deputy President. As a strategic center that leads and coordinates, we believe that the President should be capacitated to address the complex structural challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. The budget also supports the various initiatives of the President to ensure that we continue to play our role globally and on the continent to create a better life for all. The President also focuses on public engagements and initiatives that develop social compacts and coordinate policy implementations. As Parliament, we should continue to hold the President and the National Executive to account for the use of this appropriation. The outcomes of the initiatives and interventions led by the President have yielded positive outcomes, and we need to do better and more. And therefore, the ANC fully support the budget of the President. Thank you.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I see the MK.
Yes, Chair, the MK object to the budget.
The objection is noted. Honourable Shivambu.
Please note the objection of the economic freedom fighters, and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined, in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. We have determined that there is a quorum. Party whips will now be given the opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote against, for or against the question. Any member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the Chair. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 1 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain closed. And I'm now going to ask the whips to confirm the number of members present in the chamber and indicate their vote. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC, with 129 members, support the vote 1 on the President's.
The DA.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the DA has 76 members present and we vote in favour.
MK.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the MK with 51 members object the budget.
EFF.
The economic freedom fighters, we are 28 and we are voting against.
IFP.
Madam Speaker, the IFP is 10, we support
PA,
Madam Speaker, the PA of 7 members and we support.
FF Plus,
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 5 members voting in support.
Action SA,
Action SA, we are 6 and we are against.
ACDP, we proceed. UDM,
2 in the House, voting in favor.
RISE,
1 in the House, we support.
BOSA,
We are 2 and we support.
ATM, not present. Al-Jamar,
Al-Jamar, 2 members in the House and we support.
NCC, not present. PAC,
1 in the House in support.
UAT, not present. Good, not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I do not see anyone. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results, yes, 235, no, 85. Vote 1 is therefore agreed to. I now put vote 2, Parliament, declarations that have been requested, and I call upon the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, it's Member Dugmore speaking from the floor.
Honourable Dugmore, please proceed.
Thank you very much. We support Budget Vote 2, given that it in fact supports the execution of the constitutional mandate of Parliament as an arm of the state. And as the ANC, we support Budget 2 to support the different functions of this Parliament. Parliament, as a tribune of the people, should always be in contact with the people to ensure public involvement and also to assist the resolution of challenges by government. Through this vote, Parliament supports the business of Parliament. It covers constituency work, communications, party political funding, the compensation of parliamentary support staff who play a critical role in supporting us as public representatives in executing the constitutional obligations. This budget, Deputy Speaker, also allocates funds for the restoration of Parliament, which is a major project to restore our national heritage and house. And therefore the ANC supports Budget Vote 2. I thank you.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Honourable member.
Yes, Deputy Chair. MK object to the budget vote.
The objection is noted. Any other objections? Honourable Matwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We object and we are calling for a division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, a quorum has been determined and the voting procedure will be done manually. Whips are therefore requested to count the number of their members and indicate how they will vote, in support or not. And we now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 2, Parliament, be agreed to. Voting will now commence and the chamber will remain closed. I will now call on the whips, ANC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 131 supports the budget.
The DA.
Deputy Speaker, 76 members vote in favour.
MK.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Umkhonto wesizwe party with 51 members object the budget vote.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, 28 in the House, voting against.
IFP.
The IFP is 10. We vote in favor.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA is 7 members and we vote in favor.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The FF Plus are 5 members voting in favor.
Action SA.
Action SA, 6 members against.
ACDP. Not here. Bosa.
Bosa, 2 members in support.
ATM. Not present. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members in the House in support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
PAC 1 in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the vote: yes 237, no 85. Vote 2. Parliament is therefore agreed to. I now put vote 3, cooperative governance. Declarations of vote have been requested, and I call upon the IFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members in the House, and millions of South Africans, we all are being here too. On behalf of the IFP, I must express a sense of hope, not because the budget before us is faultless, but because the programs that the budget will fund are now under the authority of a political head who not only understands local government, but who respects the crucial role of traditional leaders. My late father, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, the founder of the IFP, was the longest-serving traditional prime minister to the Zulu monarch and nation, serving under 3 consecutive kings. Yet, as Nkosi, even he was faced with a lack of support and financial logistical resources from government. For 7 decades, he was the most outspoken champion of traditional leadership. During constitutional negotiations, he compelled Parliament to reconvene for 1 day, specifically to enshrine the recognition of the King. Very sadly, Deputy Speaker, this amendment fell in the crack, traveling from the draft to being the final in the Constitution. He constantly reminded Mr. Jacob Zuma of the commitment he had made to Amakosi as Deputy President before the first local government elections, a commitment to protect the role, powers, and functions of traditional leaders, a commitment that was never honored. As an Nkosi myself now, I'm encouraged by the hope that now we will see many promises made to traditional leaders fulfilled, not because these promises were made by the IFP, but because the IFP believes in doing the right thing. The stability of this of Makosi and Ubukosi is the stability of this country across all provinces. It's very pivotal. For that same reason, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the IFP's member of the COCTA portfolio, I, together with my colleagues in our portfolio, undertake that we will robustly fulfill the role of executive oversight with vigor and without fear or favor. I thank you.
The ANC. The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the ANC, we support the budget vote because we believe that the core of our community service delivery lies within local government. And as a result of that, we are hopeful that this budget that you are adopting here this afternoon is going to deliver services to our people, is going to promote economic development in our local communities, and is also going to assist the councils to ensure that they deliver on their mandate. I therefore support the budget.
I now put the question again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Umkhonto wesizwe object budget vote 3.
Thank you. Any other objections?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Please note the objection of the EFF and we call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, we will follow the same procedure, manual voting, and whips will record the votes. We have confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, and we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 3, cooperative governance, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain closed. I will start with the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, with 131 members, the ANC fully support the budget.
DA.
Deputy Speaker, 72 members vote in favour.
MK.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Umkhonto wesizwe party with 51 members object to the budget.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, 28 members voting against this budget.
IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP with 10, we support the budget.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA with 7 members support the budget.
Freedom Front Plus.
5 members in support, Deputy Speaker.
Action SA.
Action SA, 6 members, we support.
ACDP. Not present. UDM.
2 members in support.
RISE.
1 member, RISE supports.
BOSA.
BOSA, 2 members, and we support.
ATM. Not present. Al Jamar.
Al Jamar, 2 members, support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
1 member in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Not. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the results of the voting. In favour, 239, against 79. Vote 3, cooperative governance is agreed to. I now put vote 4, government communication and information system. There have been no requests for declarations, and therefore I will proceed to put the question. Are there any objections to vote 4? EFF.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, we will follow the same procedure, and having confirmed that we do have a quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 4, Government Communication and Information System, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The chamber will remain closed, and I will start with the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC with 132 members support the budget.
DA,
Deputy Speaker, 73 members support.
MK,
Deputy Speaker, MK with 51 members does not support the budget.
EFF.
Deputy Speaker, Economic Freedom
Honourable
Fighters.
members, we cannot hear the votes being declared. Could we please have silence? EFF.
Silence, please. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, 28 in the House, voting against.
IFP.
The IFP with 10, we support the vote.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA with 7 members support the vote.
FF Plus.
Deputy Speaker, we are 5 members in support of the vote.
Action SA.
Action SA, we are 6 and we support.
ACDP. Not here. UDM.
2 in support.
How many members UDM?
2.
2, thank you. RISE.
Rise 1, we support.
BOSA.
BOSA has 2 members and we support.
ATM. Not here. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members and we support.
NCC. Not here. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I have a hand there. Please proceed, member.
Khosi Action SA, I would like to vote against because internet access and
Honourable-
Wi-Fi should be a human right.
Honourable member, you just declare your vote. You don't have to give the reason. The table will note that. Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Deputy Speaker, can we be taken into confidence as to what is happening now?
Honourable member, we are busy calculating the vote, so please be patient.
Because you are sleeping.
Honourable members, the result of the voting: in favour 240, against 8-0. Vote 3. Government Communication and Information System is therefore agreed to. I now put vote 5, Home Affairs. Declarations having been requested, I call upon Action SA.
You can come and use this one. You can come and use this one.
Honourable Member, please stand behind the desk.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As Action SA, as you know, we are definitely for the strengthening of our borders. We think that the sovereignty of our country gets to be undermined when our borders are as porous as they are. And so we ask that this department strengthen the ability of the BMA to do their work. And I think that we should, who was that? I think that we should definitely make sure that the BMA is strengthened. We want to have more boots on the ground. We don't have enough, boots on the ground in terms of the number of officers who are able to undertake this work. And so as far as we are concerned as Action SA, we are saying that the ability of illicit goods and people and human beings to come through our borders is unacceptable, and we are unrelenting in that stance. And so we are declaring as Action SA that that is why we will not support this particular budget. Thank you.
Thank you. PA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As the PA, we do support the budget, but we would just like to state that we want to plead for faster and more efficient systems to acquire IDs and passports and the arrest of corrupt individuals at the department, as well as the deportation of illegal immigrants. I want to conclude by saying that if you visit someone, you do not simply walk in and begin to eat the food in their fridge. You knock, you identify yourself, and then you state why you are visiting. You will then be warmly received. So this is not an attack on foreign nationals. We are asking for respect in the same degree that we respect their country and their borders. Thank you.
The ANC.
On behalf of the ANC, we stand before this House in support of Budget Vote 5 on the Department of Home Affairs and its entities. We believe this budget allocation will enable the Department of Home Affairs to continue with its modernization program of digitizing Home Affairs records. We also believe that this budget allocation will enable the department to finalize the implementation of the ABS system as well as the BABS program, so as to fast-track the services of Home Affairs to our people. We will play our oversight role to ensure that the department implements the recommendations of the Luisi report. That includes, among others, address the challenges with regard to visa application backlogs. We are encouraged by the Department of Home Affairs that it has developed and is in the process of implementing its anti-corruption strategy. This anti-corruption strategy will go a long way in uprooting corruption from the Home Affairs as part of building an ethical developmental state. The ANC supports the vote Budget 5 on the Department of Home Affairs and its entities.
Thank you, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Yes, Deputy Chair, MK object to the budget vote.
Thank you. It is noted. EFF?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF objects, and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, we will use the same voting procedure. We have confirmed that there is the requisite quorum. And the question before the House is that vote number 5, Home Affairs, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed. And I will start with the ANC. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 132 support the budget. You want to join the ANC one?
The DA.
Deputy Speaker, 72 members vote in favour.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, MK, 51 members against.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, we are 28 in the House voting against.
IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP with 10, we support.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA with 7 members support.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 5 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA, 6 members object.
ACDP. Not here. UDM.
UDM with 2 members we support.
RISE.
RISE, 1 member we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM. Not present. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I don't see anyone. The voting session is now closed. The results of the voting: in favour 234, against 85. Vote number 5, Home Affairs, is therefore agreed to. I now put vote 6, International Relations and Cooperation. I have not received a request for a declaration. I will therefore put the question: is there any objection against vote 6, International Relations and Cooperation? MK?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, MK object to the budget vote and we request for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, we will use the same procedure, and having confirmed the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperations, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed. I will start with the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 132 votes support the budget.
DA.
Deputy Speaker, 72 members vote in favour.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, MK with 51 members, we object to the budget vote.
EFF.
The EFF 28 will reject this budget.
IFP.
The IFP supports the budget with 10 votes.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA with 7 members support the budget.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The FF Plus are 5 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA are 6 members we support.
ACDP. Not present. UDM.
UDM with 2 members support.
RISE.
RISE with 1 member we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM. Not present. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or to vote differently from their party? No one. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the voting: in favour 240, in favour 240, against 79, therefore vote 6, international relations and cooperation is agreed to. I now put vote 7, National School of Government. We have not received any request for declaration, and therefore I put the question: are there any objections? EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF objects with a request for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Having confirmed the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House. Honourable members, order. The question before the House is that vote number 7, the National School of Government, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed. And I will now start with the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC with 132 votes support the budget.
The DA.
Deputy Speaker, 72 members vote in favour.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, MK with 50 members object to the budget vote.
EFF.
They should, thank you, Deputy Speaker, they should take Honourable Steenhuisen to this school and Mr. McPherson.
Honourable member.
Otherwise, we won't support the budget. We're 27 and we object, but Steenhuisen must go to that school.
Honourable member, you only have to give the count. You don't have to make comments.
27 members of the EFF, and we reject the budget. On a recommendation, Steenhuisen must go to the school.
The IFP supports with 10 votes.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA supports with 7 members.
FF plus.
5 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 6 members we support.
ACDP, not present. UDM.
UDM with 2 members we support.
Rise.
Rise with 1 member we fully support.
BOSA.
Build 1SA with 2 members supports.
ATM, not present. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC, not present. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT, not present. Good, not present. Is there any member who wishes to vote differently from their party or abstain? None. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the voting: in favour 240, against 77. Therefore, vote 7, National School of Government, is agreed to. I now put vote 8, National Treasury, and we have received requests for declarations. MK. MK.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Allowing foreigners and private individuals to own this critical institution poses a significant threat to our economic sovereignty and the well-being of our people. Honourable members, the South African Reserve Bank should serve the interests of the nation and its people not the profit motives of private investors. The Reserve Bank holds the power to influence monetary policy, control inflation, and ensure financial stability. When this power is in the hands of private individuals or foreign entities, it can be wielded as a weapon against the very people it is meant to protect. As President Jacob Zuma, the rightful president of South Africa, has rightly stated, the Reserve Bank should be owned by the state so that it can serve the interests of our people and not those of private shareholders. Honourable members, there are several compelling reasons why the Reserve Bank must be nationalized and returned to the state and to the people. National control of the Reserve Bank ensures that monetary policy aligns with national interests, fostering economic stability and growth that benefits all South Africans. A state-owned Reserve Bank is accountable to the people and not individuals and foreign states, ensuring transparency and responsibility in its operations. This is essential for maintaining public trust in our financial system. And right now, we have Germans and other foreign nationals owning parts of our bank. And that is completely wrong. Private ownership can lead to policies that prioritize profit over public welfare, exacerbating inequality and undermining social stability. Strategic national security, the Reserve Bank plays a crucial role in safeguarding our financial security. National ownership ensures that it polices actions that are aligned with broader national security interests of South Africa. Honourable Speaker, the Reserve Bank should be a tool for national development, not a mechanism for private profit. As noted in the Business Day, the ownership structure of the Reserve Bank is outdated and inconsistent with the need for public accountability and national economic development. SARB does not serve the people, and MK votes against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Deputy Speaker, SARS having a real budget cut of 10% is illogical. SARS collects over 90% of state revenue, and such reductions are likely to impact SARS's ability to collect revenue, potentially affecting the overall fiscal health of the country. SARS should rather receive more funding to pursue the political elite and criminal syndicates that remain outside the tax net. Action SA does not support this budget.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We just want to deal with a simplistic response given by the Honourable Masondo to an otherwise legitimate and complex argument about the refusal of the ANC government to use its procurement capabilities to stimulate industrialization, the local production of the products in South Africa. It was very opportunistic of him to dismiss it using toilet papers. That's why it's very difficult to take him serious and to respect him as a communist in your ranks. Government should use its procurement policy to force all departments and entities to procure local products. That will lead not only to industrialization, but also to creation of sustainable jobs. If the toothpicks, the clothes, the sheets that you are using in hospitals and prisons, the uniforms of nurses are locally produced, that is the economic substantial point we're making. And the dismissiveness that you came here to demonstrate will make most of us not take you seriously anymore, and particularly to respect you as a communist intellectual. Thank you very much.
ANC.
Ke o leboga motlhomphegi mosepetša mošomo. Kgoro ya matlotlo ya bosetšhaba e na le maikarabelo a bomotshwananoši yeo e leng gore ka ona e swanetše gore e godiše moruo wa naga le gona go bona gore e tlisa diphetogo tšeo e leng gore di tlo tlisa ikonomi e golago ya go akaretša go botlhe le gona go bona gore mašeleng a naga a sepetšwa gabotse le yona ikonomi ya rena e sepela gabotse. The vote, Madam Deputy Speaker, strikes a necessary balance between the need to stabilize our public finances and stimulate aggregate demand through social spending by protecting vulnerable groups and preserving essential public services including the criticality of aggressive infrastructure investment. We are confident that the structural reforms as led by the department and the presidency will catapult the South African economy into a new growth path that will structurally transform our economy in the interest of all South Africans. And just to clarify, Madam Speaker, further that the industrialization strategy is driven by the African National Congress, and therefore there is no one in this country who can claim that they understand industrialization better than the African National Congress in this House. I rest my case. Ke a leboga.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honourable Deputy Chair, Umkhonto wesizwe object to the budget vote.
Objection is noted. Any other parties? EFF?
The EFF, you must note the objection of the EFF, and we're calling for division.
A division having been called, the
And
bells will be
dismiss the
rung for
waffling
15
of Charlie
seconds.
Squad. He was waffling.
Honourable members, we will follow the same procedure. We have the requisite quorum. And the question before the House is that vote number 8, National Treasury, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed, and I will start with the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 131 votes support budget vote. Thank you.
The DA.
Deputy Speaker, with 73 members, we support.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, with 50 members, Umkhonto wesizwe object to the report.
EFF.
We are 28 and we're voting against as the Economic Freedom Fighters.
IFP.
The IFP supports with 10 votes.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA supports with 7 votes.
FF Plus.
Deputy Speaker, we are 5 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA, 6 members, we object.
ACDP. Absent. UDM.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. UDM with 2 members supports.
Rise.
Thank you. Rise. 1 member, I support.
Bosa.
Bosa with 2 members is in support.
ATM. Not present. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or to vote differently from their party? No one. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the results of the voting: in favour 234, against 84, therefore vote 8. National Treasury is agreed to. I now put vote 9, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. No requests have been received for declarations, and therefore I put the question: are there any objections? MK.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. MK object to the budget vote number 9.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF objects and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. As we have the requisite number, we can proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed. And I will now call the different party whips for the votes. ANC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The ANC with 131 support the vote.
DA.
Deputy Speaker, 72 members vote in favour.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, with 51 members, we object.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, 28 members in the House, we're voting against.
IFP.
Deputy Speaker, the IFP vote in favour with 9 votes.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA with 7 members vote in favour of the budget.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 5 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with no, 4 members. We object. Thank you.
ACDP. Not in the House. UDM.
UDM with 2 members vote in support.
Rise.
Rise, 1 member with support.
Bosa.
Build 1 SA with 2 members supports.
ATM. Not in the House. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC. Not in the House. PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT. Absent. Good. Absent. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? Not. The voting session is now closed. The result of the vote, in favour 232, against 83, therefore vote 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation is agreed to. I now put vote number 10, public enterprises. We have received requests for declarations. FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, state-owned enterprises is in a dire state, and there's no denying that. They are not functioning, and they are also black holes for taxpayers' money. We welcome the fact that there's a plan to really reformulate that. But this budget, unfortunately, does not speak to that in this stage. We will need an adjustment budget because this budget currently, for example, makes provision for expenditure on a ministry. 22% of this budget is appropriated for a ministry that does not exist anymore. So this is inconceivable, and the FF Plus cannot support this vote.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ANC supports Budget Vote 10. The importance of SOEs in a development economy cannot be overemphasized as a key driver of inclusive growth. SOEs' challenges in the past are well known and noted. However, the DPE has managed to use its sparse budget allocations to stabilize our SOEs, provide solutions, and support our SOEs. Consequently, due to the DPE's reforms, restructuring, and turnaround plans, the 7th administration inherits SOEs that are in an upward trajectory, where leadership has been strengthened, that practice sound corporate governance and financial control. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the question again. Are there any objections? EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Please note the objection of the EFF and are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be run for 15 seconds. Honourable members, as there is the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 10, public enterprises, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed. And the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC with 133 members support the vote.
The DA.
Deputy Speaker, 70 members are present and we vote in favour.
MK.
Deputy Speaker, MK with 50 members, we object.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, 28 in the House, we're voting against.
IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP vote in favor with 9 votes.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA also vote in favor with 7 votes.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 5 members voting against.
Action SA.
Action SA, 1 member returning, 5 votes against.
ACDP. Absent. UDM.
UDM, 2 members voting in support.
RISE.
Rise, 1 member, I support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM. Not in the House. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members support.
NCC. Absent. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Not in the House. Good. Not in the House. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or move, or rather vote differently to their party? Not. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The result of the voting: in favour 227, against 88. Therefore, vote 10, public enterprises, is agreed to. I now put vote 11, public service and administration. Declarations have been requested. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. The public administration is every government employee working in every sphere of government, whether it be national, provincial, or local government, including all organs of state and state-owned enterprises. These public administrators are the engine that keeps the car, which is the government, running. Chair, we the elected politicians are the drivers of this car. As politicians, we set the direction of government by approving budgets and crafting legislation and policy. The public administration, the engine of government, needs to function like a machine, transparent, independent, professional, and use fuel efficiently, economically, and effectively. The budgets we approve is the fuel, a precious and scarce resource provided to us by the hard work of tax-paying citizens. Today, we are approving the use of a budget that was crafted by the previous drivers of the 6th Parliament. But the reality is, the car, which is the government, cannot move forward if we, the drivers, do not give it the fuel it needs. The GNU, the new drivers of this government, will make sure that future budgets make use of taxpayers' money in a way that is in the best interest of all the people of South Africa. The DA supports this budget.
Thank you. The ANC. The ANC. Is there a speaker for the ANC? If not, then we proceed. Honourable members, I will now put the question again. Any objections? MK.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, MK object to the budget vote.
Any other objections? I see no other objections. Honourable Ndlozi.
Please note the objection of the EFF. and a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 11, Public Service and Administration, be agreed to. Order, colleagues. Colleagues, could we please have some order? The chamber will remain closed until the voting has concluded, and the ANC will start. ANC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. With 133 members, the ANC support the budget.
DA.
Deputy Speaker, 73 members vote in favour.
MK.
Umkhonto wesizwe Party, Honourable Deputy Speaker, object to the budget vote.
How many votes?
It's 50.
Thank you. EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters were 27 and were voting against.
IFP.
The IFP is 9 and vote in favor.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The PA are 7 members and we vote in favor of the budget.
FF Plus.
Deputy Speaker, we are 4 members voting in favour.
Action SA.
Action SA, 5 members remaining and we support.
ACDP. Absent. UDM.
2 in the House voting in support.
Rise.
Rise. All of us present, we vote in support.
Bosa.
Bosa with 2 present.
Honourable
votes in
Ghana,
support.
you say both. Do you imply that there are 2 of you? For the record.
I said, Deputy Speaker, all of us present, we vote in support. I'm the one present.
I need the actual figure, please.
1, Deputy Speaker. All of us present are here.
Right, thank you. So there is 1. Bosa.
Build 1 SA with 2 present votes in support.
ATM. Not in the House. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 in support.
NCC. Not present. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Not. The voting session is now closed. The results of the voting: in favour 239, against 77. Therefore, vote 11, Public Service and Administration, is agreed to. We now proceed to vote 12, Public Service Commission. We have a request for a declaration, Action SA.
Apologies, Chair. I just wanted to check whether I could outsprint Joe Biden. We need a public service commission that is independent and well-resourced. One of our key problems is not having competent, ethical, non-politically aligned civil servants. The appointment of senior civil servants should be done by this commission. The biggest disabler of service is incompetent, politically connected civil servants. The greatest enabler will be to remove political meddling in appointment of civil servants, to give us competent, ethical civil servants that can deliver on the mission of public service. The time for political interference after 30 years is over. It may have been appropriate when we came out and we had never been in administration. After 30 years, let's give them their independence and let's save our country.
I put the vote. Are there any objections? MK.
Honorable Chair, we object to the budget vote.
Honorable Ndlozi.
We please note the objection of the EFF, but we're not calling for division on this one.
This one's for you. This one's for you.
With all the objections noted, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. The declaration of vote has been requested. I call upon the, which one? Okay, no. There were no declarations for Public Works and Infrastructure. Oh, there it goes. EFF. You see?
We just want to announce to the House that we are going to bring a substantial motion that ministers must have post-matric qualifications. To run government is a very complex exercise. This anti-intellectual, education-hating culture being promoted in the ranks of the DA must be rejected. The minister must go to school. How na khokho ko skolo? Kumnandi esikolweni. Siyafunda sidlale sifunde. Honorable Marquee, you must go to school, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any further declarations? Action essay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This budget reduction, with the largest slash being EPWP, is a reflection on the governing party that they are tone deaf to the current situation that young people are facing right now. As it stands, as we are in this house, eThekwini, there are more than 300 EPWP workers that have been laid off, and it is a result of the reduction of this budget. In this current form, the EPWP is at most exploitative, and it ensures that our young people languish in cycles of poverty. As such, we as Action SA are calling for the remodeling thereof. We are asking that the temporary solution and fix to our unemployment is not going to work. Start insourcing our young people. Ensure that those vacant posts in municipalities and government entities are given first preference to our EPWP workers. We ask you to adopt recruitment policies that do not base themselves on political patronage or nepotism, but they are based purely on performance and merit. And lastly, we ask that you put South Africans first. Ensure that in this industry, from engineers right down to bricklayers, South Africans get first preference in our industries. As Action SA, we reject this budget, and we call you to recall the termination of projects in eThekwini. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. With all the declarations that have been made, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Or the ANC, sorry.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members. Okay. As the ANC, we support the budget vote 13 for public works and infrastructure. Infrastructure development and public works is a critical economic enabler for development, creating jobs, stimulating growth, and improving lives of our people. Through its programs and its entities, plays a critical role in the construction and built environment sector. The department also plays a crucial role in infrastructure development through Infrastructure South Africa, which is a fundamental part of implementing the economic reconstruction and recovery plan and achieving the targets of the NDP. We support the budget vote 13 for external public works programs to continue to create critical skilling and job creation programs, especially for the poor of our country. Continue to improve through the creation of government immovable assets. Continue to develop small harbors to tap on the economic benefit, in particular on the coastal communities. The Welisize Bridge must continue to stay on course for the benefit of the rural communities. There is much work to be done to create and to ensure inclusive economic growth. We thank you and we support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections.
No!
But honorable members, you don't have to shout, because I asked and there was no hand. MK?
Honorable Chair, we object to the budget vote.
Honorable Ndlozi?
We are dividing so they can go apply for night school. Division. The minister must go apply for night school.
No, honorable member. You are out of order. It's either you object or call for a division.
We are calling for a division,
Thank you.
Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Those is always out of order, by the way.
Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the numbers of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by confirming the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 13, a whole schedule report on, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked until the voting is concluded. Whilst could you confirm the numbers of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if needs be. ANC?
Thank you very much, Chair. The ANC with 133 members support the vote.
DA?
House Chair, 71 members vote in favor.
MK,
House Chair, 50 members against the budget vote.
EFF,
House Chair, the EFF with 27 members rejects the budget.
IFP,
House Chair, the IFP supports the budget with 4 votes.
PA,
Thank you, House Chair. The PA with 7 members support the budget.
Freedom Fund Plus,
Thank you, House Chair. With 4 members, we support the budget vote.
Action SA,
Action SA, 5 members, we object.
ACTP, none. UTM,
UTM, 2 members support.
RISE,
Rise and Zanzi moves with the spirit of supporting with 1 member. Thanks.
BOSA,
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM, Al Jama,
Al Jama, 2 members support.
NCC, PAC,
1 in support.
UAT, good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. The results of the division are as follows. Yes, 227. The noes, 82. And there's no abstention. The question is accordingly agreed to. We will now move to vote 14. I now put vote 14, Statistics South Africa. There were no declarations requested. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable Chair, we support the budget vote number 14.
Thank you. Are there any objections? None. The report is agreed to. I now put vote 15, Traditional Affairs. There was no declaration requested. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Honorable Ndlozi?
Please note the objection of the EFF. Thank you.
Only one objection from the EFF. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 16, Basic Education. Freedom Fund Plus, they asked for a declaration.
Die VF Plus ondersteun die begroting vir hierdie departement, maar dit kom met 'n groot maar. Ons sal mooi dophou wat die nuwe minister met moedertaalonderrig en kritieke rasteorie maak. Wat gaan word van die Bella Bill en beleidsstukke oor die sogenaamde SOGSC? Gaan basiese onderwys weer 'n verlengstuk van die kultuurgemeenskap word of gaan die staatsgesentreerde onderwys wat net die individu met matelose keusevryheid en die staat erken, die departement se beleid bly? Verwikkelinge by Laerskool Mikro en vroeër by Vishoek High School in die DA se Weskaap oortuig ons nie dat die DA ideologies op 'n beter plek as die ANC staan nie. Dankie.
Thank you. Bosa?
We're not making a declaration, Chair.
Thank you. ANC?
Thank you, Chairs. The ANC support the budget vote 14
for basic education as it responds to a critical ANC priority, which is investing in our children and youth. Over the past 30 years, we have transformed our education landscape, and we believe that through this budget, we will together build an education system that creates equal opportunities for all South Africans. In this budget, infrastructure remains our priority to increase the number of schools and to maintain infrastructure, support sanitation infrastructure, and other teacher and learner materials. This budget responds to the impact of the cost of living through the provision of nutritious meals and scholar transport. Through this budget, we will sustain the quality of our education in non-school fees, and through the Bella Bill, we'll be able to transform South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable Chair, MK object to the budget vote 16.
The objection is noted. EFF?
The EFF objects to the budget vote and will call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party may do so by confirming the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. Whips will confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. The ANC with 134 support the vote.
DA.
House Chair, 72 members present, and we support.
MK.
House Chair, 50 members will object.
EFF.
The EFF were 27 and were voting against.
IFP.
The IFP supports with 6 votes.
PA.
Thank you, House Chair. The PA supports with 7 members.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 4 members in support.
Action SA.
Action SA, 5 members, we support.
ACTP. UDM.
UDM with 2 members in support.
RISE.
RISE with 1 member we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members support.
NCC. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division are as follows. The yes, 236. The noes, 77. And there's no abstention. The question is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 17, higher education and training. There were declarations that were requested. MK. Honorable member, on the podium, you have only 25 seconds of the time that you were allocated for.
I will not greet, but as we sit here, there are students of Wits University that are being evicted from their accommodation. As we sit here, NSFAS has defunded students of higher learning institutions. As we sit here, NSFAS has accounted for 2 consecutive financial years with the amount of 100 billion unaccounted for. As we sit here, our students are victimized by landlords. But as the MK, we are clear that we want free education in our lifetime and we want it now, and that is what our young people want. And therefore, we vehemently reject
Honorable
this budget
member,
vote. Thank you very much.
your time has expired. EFF.
Chairperson, we are the generation that was told by Mr. Nzimande that we should fall when we were asking for free decolonized education. But instead of us falling, the department itself has fallen, taking back to Treasury an amount of 580 million of a budget they could not use. Sixakekile sihleli la chairperson ukuthi bacela ama budgets, they are incompetent. Bakhombisile ukuthi ba incompetent ukusebenzisa ama budgets abawacelayo khona kule shayamthetho. We are saying, chairperson, that students are not receiving their allowances. As we speak, students are held back from transport and food allowances because there's a chronic incompetence in the department. We reject this vote.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Freedom Fund Plus.
Thank you, Chair. In this department, there's a new minister who should be afforded the opportunity to shake up her department. Nevertheless, NSFAS has its NSFAS on its own has a larger budget than 35 of the 41 votes we considered today. Since its conversion from a credit provider to a disburser of grants in 2017, it hasn't succeeded in living up to reasonable expectations, let alone the unreasonable expectations. There are also other reasons. For instance, the department's insistence that Afrikaans as medium of instruction amounts to racial exclusion. But as long as NSFAS is under administration, we cannot support this budget vote.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Hassan from the floor. Even amidst budgetary constraints, the African National Congress is committed to working. I am a short person. Is committed to work closely with the department, and this is to ensure infrastructure development to support escalating student enrollments in higher education, while acknowledging the challenges posed by budget cuts, particularly with respect to new infrastructure. We support the maintenance of our institutions to the upper levels of infrastructure standards. The current condition of NSFAS has profound implications for the stability of the higher education system. However, we are encouraged by the Minister's pledge to work towards resolving NSFAS-related issues, including the 2025 application process. This would be through a comprehensive plan that addresses appeals, delays, and payments, thereby ensuring a consistent resolution on these issues. It is imperative that the allocation for skills development be prioritized, and this imperative goes beyond addressing the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. It extends to empowering young people, particularly those not in employment, education, and training. As the ANC, we support Budget Vote 17, as it realizes the very same free education called for in this House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable Speaker, MK object to budget vote 17.
EFF?
House Chair, we call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. The question before the House is that vote number 17 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. Whips will confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against. ANC?
ANC 133, support the vote.
DA?
House Chair, 74 members vote in favor.
MK?
MK 48 object. Chair.
EFF?
House Chair 127, and we reject the budget.
IFP?
IFP support with 6.
PA?
PA supports with 7 members.
Freedom Fund Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. 4 members against.
Action SA?
Action SA with 5 members, we object.
ACDP? UDM?
UDM with 2 members, we support.
RISE?
Rise with 1 member support.
BOSA?
BOSA with 2 members supports.
ATM? Al-Jama?
Al-Jama, 2 members support.
NCC? PAC?
1 in support.
UAT? Good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division are as follows. The yes, 228. The noes, 84. Abstentions, 0. The question is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 18, health. There were declarations that were requested. DA?
Thank you, House Chairperson. The introduction of the NHI is a significant concern, with estimated costs ranging from 200 billion rand to an astonishing 1 trillion per annum. Treasury has repeatedly indicated that this is unaffordable. As a member of the National Government of Unity, the Democratic Alliance acknowledges the importance of supporting...
Sorry, Honorable Member, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Ndlozi.
No, House Chair, with respect, we request members, because we can't hear them, to either go to the podium or get closer to the mic. We can't hear the declarations, and the GNU is falling apart, so it's very interesting.
No,
moment.
that's it. Your request was enough not to go further. I would, at my discretion, I would request that if your mic, maybe it's a bit shorter, maybe you can do the declaration seated. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Member.
As a member of the National Government of Unity, the Democratic Alliance acknowledges the importance of supporting the budget and the steps taken to avoid tax increases and maintain medical tax credits this year. We must highlight the critical issues surrounding the NHI. The financial implications are immense and unsustainable. Instead of pursuing the NHI, these funds should be redirected to address the chronic problems in our health sector. Infrastructure improvements, skills development, filling vacancies, and ensuring our hospitals are equipped to provide quality, universal health care should be our priority. Additionally, the Gauteng High Court ruling regarding certificates of need in the National Health Act could have major implications for the implementation of the NHI should the Constitutional Court confirm the High Court judgment. Judge Miller ruled that the sections 36 through to 40 of the National Health Act are invalid and in their entirety. The DA will continue to hold the government accountable and push for health budgets that genuinely reflects the needs of our people. We support vote 18.
Thank you. EFF.
Chairperson, we want to reiterate our rejection of this budget vote because the department is incapable of resolving our health challenges in the country. Recently, we noted numerous complaints from the Leratong Hospital in the East Rand, of which there are some patients who... Leratong Hospital.
Honorable members.
Okay, whatever.
Honorable
but
members.
The fact remains it's Leratong Hospital.
Honorable member on the podium. Honorable members, we are allowed to howl, but not this much. You are drowning the speaker on the podium.
Thank you, Chair. The fact of the matter is there are more than 38 patients who have been admitted in this hospital since as at November 2023, and to date, they haven't received that much needed operation. It's still in July, we got a report that a mother was admitted in hospital in a dying condition. Immediately when the son confronted the hospital and threatened them to go to the CEO, it's then that they blocked him and said, we will be able to continue to treat her. She has survived, but the question is, how many of the family members have died due to this negligence? How many were left there unattended? So, Minister, please check this. In February 2024, the then Minister of Health went on media and made an announcement to say...
Honorable member, please take a seat behind you. Are you... Oh. Why are you raising your hand, Honorable Ntlangwini?
No,
Continue, Honorable member.
We were saying, Commissar.
Continue, Honorable member.
Thank you. I just wanted to say in February 2024, the then Minister of Health, took a podium on media to say hundreds of unemployed health practitioners will be employed. To date, only a few are employed, citing an example of those that applied for a place in Seshego Hospital who got a negative answer to say they cannot be employed because they are overqualified. We still reiterate the fact that we need clinics to be open 24 hours, 7 days a week, so that we can stop these long queues that are followed by our patients. What I can tell you, Minister, is that the staff at your clinics are suffering from language diarrhea, leleme mala, because they don't know how to talk to patients. When they see the elders, they shout at them, leading them to a high blood pressure because of the fact that they are shouting. Just take them on course on how to communicate with your patients. Language diarrhea is their problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom Fund Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, one thing that the Freedom Front Plus will never do is to support the NHI. Our views are very clear on this matter, and we have stated this constantly in the past 5 years from this podium, in the Portfolio Committee of Health, as well as in the media and in the public. We simply cannot support the NHI. Yesterday, the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria has declared sections 36 to 40 of the National Health Act 61 of 2003 invalid and unconstitutional. Through this judgment, a core pillar on which the government centralization of healthcare rested was indeed declared unconstitutional. Sections 36 to 40 gave government the power to determine where medical practitioners may practice. We must get rid of the problems in the public health sector that is costing the taxpayer a lot of money, money that could have been used for the procurement of medicine, medical equipment, beds, the construction of new hospitals and clinics, the upgrading of infrastructure, the effective utilizing of buildings, and the appointment and training of doctors and nurses. Hierdie uitspraak beteken dat dele van die nasionale gesondheidsversekeringswet moontlik ook onwettig en ongrondwettig is. Die VF Plus het reeds in April 2023 'n regsopinie by die parlement ingedien wat aangedui het dat daar tekortkominge in die NGV-wetsontwerp is en dat die NGV ongrondwetlik is. Die VF Plus was nie verkeerd nie en gister se uitspraak is 'n bevestiging van ons standpunt daardie tyd. Ons het ook in November 2022 'n minderheidsverslag by die parlement ingehandig wat hierdie probleme uitgelig het. Ons het ook verlede jaar in November 2023 'n verslag gepubliseer en vrygestel wat verdere probleme uitgelig het vir al die probleme met menseregte skendings in ons hospitale. Die VF Plus se standpunt bly onwrikbaar dat die NGV nie daarin sal slaag om openbare gesondheidsorg te verbeter nie, maar dit sal eerder die teenoorgestelde uitwerking hê. I've said this many times, and I'm saying it again today, but the Freedom Front Plus will strive to establish cooperation between the private and public healthcare sectors so that expertise and facilities can be pooled. The main drive will not be transformation, but the offering of good, accessible healthcare to all the people of South Africa. Maar wat ons nie kan doen nie, en wat ons nie kan toelaat nie, is dat die private gesondheidsorgsektor heeltemal vernietig word vir die behoud en oorlewing van die openbare gesondheidsorgsektor. Daar moet plek wees vir beide. En daarom bly dit die standpunt van die VF Plus dat 'n gesondheidsstelsel ontwerp en bestuur moet word deur kundiges, nie politici nie, en so 'n stelsel moet beide die openbare en private sektor bevoordeel. Ja, die president het enkele dae voor die 2024 verkiesing die wet onderteken, maar dit sal nou die plig wees van die regering vir nasionale eenheid, die kabinet en die president om daardie einste wet te neem na die grondwethof om dit ongeldig te laat verklaar. Tot en met vandag toe is daar geen finansieringsmodel beskikbaar oor die befondsing van die NGV nie. Ons kan nie verder toelaat dat miljarde rande jaarliks van die departement se totale begroting gevat word om in dit doodgebore stelsel gestort te word nie. 'n Bodemlose put. Ons moet ook in ag neem dat gratis gesondheidsdienste nie gratis is nie, want iemand moet op die einde van die dag tog daarvoor betaal. The private sector and medical aids are willing to find a solution for the problems in the health system. Let's give him a chance on this. Not only must Section 33 of the NHI Act be scrapped, but the whole Act must be scrapped. Ons het gewaarsku dat daar baie hofsaake oor die NVG van stapel gestuur gaan word, en nou gebeur presies dit. Daarom sal die VF Plus nie skroom om enige instansie, burgerregte organisasie en ander rolspeler in die mediese bedryf by te staan indien hulle die NGV in die grondwethof wil beveg nie. Dit is egter ons plig as 'n vennoot in die regering van nasionale eenheid om wel toe te sien dat mense se grondwetlike regte in hierdie verband nie vertrap word nie. Dit is elke persoon se grondwetlike reg om aan 'n mediese fonds te behoort of nie te behoort nie, en dit moet beskerm word. Die VF Plus voel baie sterk oor hierdie saak, en vir solank as wat daar elke jaar miljarde rande in die NGV gestort gaan word, sal die VF Plus nie hierdie departement se begroting kan ondersteun nie. The VF Plus do not support this budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Al-Jama, Action SA.
Honorable Chair, the last declaration has condemned those who cannot afford affordable medical care to death. When President Ramaphosa found his pen to sign the NHI bill, the most vulnerable of our people rushed to their mosques, churches, temples, and synagogues as their prayers and du'as were answered. Soon after, a dozen smart care villages, encouraged by me, are in operation already, staffed by experienced clinical business, a doctor and medicine dispenser. There are no long queues and there's a courtesy follow-up. The clinic treats acute care, diabetes, hypertension, immunization for babies, STI, HIV management, and wound care. You can go to smart cities in Guguletu, Botersag, Mitchells Plain, and several other areas, specifically in places where people die because of lack of affordable health care clinics. This activist-empowered initiative is charging patients $350 for a full service and is ready to be rolled out all over the country as NHI funding rolls out further. When all of us say yes to this budget, there will be no charge to Botersag, Mitchells Plain, and Guguletu patients. those who die because of healthcare costs will be because of your no vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say up front that we support the budget. But we need to understand that for things to work, once we embark on national reforms like national health insurance, we need to ensure that health becomes a national competence. Concurrency is not working in healthcare. In 2016, we had the Life Esidimeni disaster. The minister has come back and he got the health ombudsman to investigate the matter. To get into a situation where in the New South Africa, we have patients that are in health institutions that die from torture and starvation is an embarrassment. And we need to ensure that such should not recur. I need to remind the House that the notion of taking mental health patients closer to home is a noble intention, but the execution was spectacularly disastrous. The notion for national health for all of us and common funding is a noble effort. We need to ensure that we do not repeat the tragedy of Life Esidimeni. We need to ensure that we consult. I'm not fazed by the fact that the CON was chucked out. It should not have happened to start with. We need to negotiate with the healthcare professionals. We need to build on what we have. Both our sectors are sick. That is why MPs will not use the public sector. We need to fix both. We need to ensure that the health market inquiry recommendations are implemented to fix the private sector. We need to ensure that we professionalize the public sector. We insource. We get rid of harmful practices like RWAPs, Minister, so that we treat healthcare professionals as professionals. We give them full-time jobs and not underpay them and ask them to go and run a private practice to augment what they should have. We say all of us are engaged so that national health should mean all are in it, and it must start with us, the MPs. We should be the first in the fund, and PARMED should be scrapped. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ANC.
As the African National Congress, we support vote 18. Yesterday, the High Court in Pretoria, Gauteng Division, made a ruling on the National Health Act 61 of 2003. In this ruling, sections 36 to 40 were declared unconstitutional. These sections deal with what we call a certificate of need, which has got mainly 2 points. One, the quality of health facilities, equipment, and health services. Number two, whether a health facility that one wants to build is needed or not needed, as it is already happening in South Africa with pharmacies. We note with great regret that this court ruling has been used as a huge propaganda tool against NHI. So successful is that this propaganda has also asked some of the members in this House have been making inquiries about the sections of the NHI that they believe has been declared unconstitutional. We want to put it on record that there are 2 cases that have been registered in the court against NHI. The date on which these 2 cases will be heard has not been decided by any court. We want to put it on record again that the claim that the certificate of need is the cornerstone or the pillar of NHI is patently false. Yesterday's court ruling is about sections of National Health Act that were passed in Parliament in 2003. NHI was only passed by this Parliament in 2023 in June, a 20-year gap. Therefore, there is no ruling that any court of law has made against NHI to date. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? EFF?
Let us divide this thing, comrades, very quickly.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Chair, we call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. A question before the House is that vote number 18 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain closed, locked, until voting is concluded. Whips will confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC with 131 vote in favor.
DA.
Aren't working.
Thank you. Apologies, House Chairperson. 72 members are present and we vote in favor.
MK.
House Chairperson, 50 members, we will reject the budget vote.
EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. We are 27 and we reject the budget.
IFP.
IFP supports with 5 members.
PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The PA supports with 7 members.
Freedom Fund Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 4 members against.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 members, we support.
ACTP. UDM.
UDM with 2 members, we support.
RISE.
RISE supports with 1 member.
RISE.
I said, Chair, that RISE supports with 1 member.
POSA.
We are 1 chair and we support.
ATM. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members support.
NCC. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. The results of the division are as follows. The yes, 227. The noes, 81, abstentions, 0. The question is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 19, social development. DA, there are declarations. DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Honorable President's second strategic priority, that of reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, speaks to the core of our clarion call when we campaigned for the national and provincial elections. This was informed to the large part by the cries we heard in every corner of this country, coming from the older persons, the young, the persons with disabilities, and those who work in the sector. The time has come to put into action the Honorable President's strategic priorities for the benefit of all South Africans, being cognizant of the fiscal constraints within which this budget is being presented, while keeping top of mind the dire situation many South Africans find themselves in. We acknowledge that this is a transitional budget and we support it in order to allow the GNU to continue with its work. However, the Democratic Alliance will engage with other parties within the GNU on the following points towards the midterm and future budgets: increasing the child support grant to the same level as the official food poverty line, protecting older persons from abuse, paying subsidies for NPOs doing government statutory work, reducing levels of gender-based violence, and employing sufficient social workers, providing them with the necessary resources to conduct their work. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, UTM.
Honorable House Chairperson, the United Democratic Movement supports the budget. However, there seems to be a lot of policy issues that the department still needs to deal with. The department should design an integrated poverty eradication strategy that will provide direct benefits to those in greatest needs, especially women, youth, and children in rural areas and informal settlements. The UTM is concerned about the department's failure to fill the vacancies in critical executive positions such as Director General, Deputy Director General, etc., as these vacant positions may result in dysfunctionality within the department. Not only that, despite the dire need for social workers in the country, more than 9,000 qualified social workers remain unemployed. Meanwhile, the department has not made any significant strides to close the gap and employ more skilled social workers. This shortage of social workers is an impediment towards achieving proper social care for the vulnerable. This issue has resulted in lack of social services to the most needy. We are facing a prevalent crisis of child-headed households where many children have to fend for themselves without parental care. Census 2022 revealed that there were about 44,000 children living in child-headed households. These children are often exposed to the harsh realities of poverty, lack of education, and violence. This is a critical policy issue that needs to be prioritized by the department in collaboration with human settlements. House Chairperson, the UTM support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Al-Jama welcomes the Honorable Minister's statement to speed up the finalization of legislation to the Victim Support Service, the VSS Bill, so that continuous support for victims of gender-based violence and femicide can be rolled out. Fatherhood will also then be strengthened. The department should work hand in hand with the Department of Labour, Small Business Development and Trade and Industry to create viable and decent work for the unemployed, even to those above 60 years who cannot survive on state pensions due to family responsibilities. Decent work means lifelong employment, medical aid, pension, housing, and assistance as part of a company package. Government must listen to the cries from our seniors and persons living with disabilities who cannot survive on a pension and social grants. State pensions and social grants should lead to restoring human dignity and lifting the most vulnerable, women, children, older persons, and persons with disabilities from poverty. And those who can, there must be full employment for them without them losing their grants. Grant beneficiaries must be encouraged to become entrepreneurs. The Minister and myself are very concerned about the plight of the 9,000 unemployed social workers, and we're doing our best in that regard, because it's a motto of this department that no one shall be left out. And that's why I appeal to the Minister of Police. Your next batch of trainees must be unemployed social workers, and then they can also help us with gender-based violence. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. PA. PA. Please use another mic. Okay, you can come to the front. It's fine. From the MK side, can you switch off? Yes, thank you. Try now switching on one of the mics. You can come to the front.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. My apologies for the technical issue. I would just like to say that the Patriotic Alliance does support the budget. However, I would like to note just one very simple thing in regard to the pensioners. Between February 2023 and February 2024, the price of the basic food basket increased by 348.96 cents in the span of just 1 year to 5,277 rand 30 cents. Pensioners are only receiving 2,180 rand per month from SASSA. This essentially means that they cannot afford to buy basic necessities. And therefore, we would like to ask the Minister to look into facilitating more funds to our pensioners who have worked tirelessly for many years and deserve a much more considerable and livable grant so that they can, at the very least, enjoy their golden years. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Esteemed Honorable House Chairperson, esteemed His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Tatane Mashatile and Honorable members. The African National Congress rise to support Budget Vote 19 on social development. The budget is informed by the constitutional mandate and the NDP Vision 2030. In character, this transitional budget represents policy consistency and continuity, such that we end poverty, hunger, unemployment, and inequalities. This budget will provide a comprehensive social security, welfare services, and community development programs. This budget resolutely supports the improvement with regard to the provision of social grants and the introduction of the basic income grant. This budget will end the gender-based violence and femicide pandemic. By the way, it is the African National Congress that declared GBV and femicide a pandemic, not any other political party before this House. This budget will help us to fight against alcohol and substance abuse, care for and protection for the children, support the old age and person with disability, and we call the people who are differently abled. This budget, Honorable House Chair, will help us as the African National Congress to fight against alcohol abuse and substance abuse, care for protection of the support of old age and people with disability. It will help us to support the appointment of the much-needed social workers to serve the people of South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, this budget will take our people of South Africa forward, especially the poor and the marginalized, majority in rural area and urban areas. The budget represents the governance renewal, our resolve to build a developmental, ethical state with both political strategic capacity and technical capacity. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. With all the declarations done, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable Chair, with our grannies not even knowing when they're going to get paid their social grant, we object the budget. We object
we
the
need
budget.
not to make a statement, sir. You just agree or object.
We object the budget.
Thank you. EFF?
Please note.
Please note the objection of...
What's happening, Honorable Shivamba?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Are there any other objections? No. The vote, therefore, is agreed to. I now put vote 20, women, youth, and persons with disability. There were no declarations that were requested. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. Are you still thinking about the objection? EFF?
Sorry, House Chair. They are drowning you this side. We can't hear you. Please note the objection of the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other objections? No, no. Then the vote 20 is agreed to. I now put vote 22, correctional service. There were no declarations that were requested. I put the vote again. Are there any other objections? EFF, MK? EFF? MK?
Chair, we object to the budget vote.
EFF?
We call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. The question before the House is that vote number 22 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. Honorable members, can we all please take our seats? There's a lot of moving around. Whips will confirm the number of the members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question. ANC?
Thanks, Chair. 132 voting in favor of the budget.
DA?
Thank you, House Chair. 67 members present. We vote in favor.
MK?
The House Chair, 47, we object the budget vote.
EFF?
House Chair, we're 25 and we reject the budget.
IFP?
The IFP in support, 5.
PA?
Thank you very much, House Chair. The PA in support with 7 members.
Freedom Fund Plus?
Dankie, huis voorsitter. Ons is 4 lede en ons ondersteun.
Action SA?
Action SA, 5 members we support.
ACDP? UDM?
UDM, 2 members in support.
RISE?
Rise, 1 member support.
BOSA? BOSA?
BOSA with 1 member we support.
ATM? Al-Jama?
Al-Jama, 2 support.
NCC? PAC?
1 in support.
U80? Good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division are as follows. The yes, 227, the noes, 72, and there are no abstention. The question is accordingly agreed to.
Honourable members, we move on to vote 23, defence. There has been a request for declarations by the UDM. If not present, we move on. Rise. Oh, there is the member. Thank you. UDM.
Honorable House Chair, the UTM notes the slight increase on the budget, but we are of the view that this will not make a meaningful impact, considering that the department is faced with numerous challenges. We are concerned with the decrease of R1 billion from 3.6 billion rand in 2023-24 to 2.6 billion in the current year on special defense account. Such a limited allocation to this fund is reflective of the lack of investment in SANDF equipment and technology in recent years. We suggest that the department allocate more into this fund to ensure investment in the modernization of its armed forces in order to keep pace with evolving security challenges. Moreover, the UTM is also concerned with the current insufficient number of 15 sub-units deployed for border safeguarding, leading to South Africa's deteriorating border security. It is concerning that previous funds of 225 million allocated to the border safeguarding technology to serve as a force multiplier to soldiers deployed on the borders was not used by the Department for Technology Acquisition. Instead, only 85 million finally planned for spending on technology, which was ultimately delayed. The UTM supports this budget vote.
Thank you. Rise.
Okay, I once again rise to put the 7th administration and Minister Mtshega on notice. So the defense budget is indefensible. Minister, as a member of cabinet, we know that you have a duty to table and defend it. But you cannot be happy with 52% underspending. Underfunding, that's what I meant to say. This matter has achieved the impossible, uniting many political parties across the spectrum. During the budget vote debate, speaker after speaker said our armed forces need more resources. We will support you, Minister, to argue for more money next year. But you must clean the road that's in the defense force. There's too much corruption there, and it endangers the lives of those who serve the nation. We will support this budget for now. But next year, we will refuse to be part of what future generations will see as criminal negligence in failing to protect the sovereignty of our nation. For this time, we'll support you. But if it doesn't change, our support will be withdrawn. And I can so much too. We'll support it this time. Can see.
The ANC.
re ke tsa tšhono go leboga mmusa kgotla ke ise tlotla go motlatsa tautona ya rona ntate Mashatile le maloko otlhe a palamente ya rona. We are presenting the budget vote number 23 of the Department of Defense. All of us need to appreciate that defense as an aspect of military, it's a science. And any self-respecting nation must invest in its science for purposes of research and development. On behalf of the African National Congress, I stand in an unwavering support of the proposed defense budget. The budget is a critical investment in our nation's security and a testament to our enduring commitment to peace, stability, and collaboration. As we celebrate the 30 years of democracy, it reflects our dedication to protecting our sovereignty, advancing regional security, and enhancing our human efforts. The ANC believes that this budget will strengthen our peacekeeping mission, modernize our defense capabilities, and support our veterans. I urge all members to support this budget. But we further want to implore on the WIPARI and all parties. We would want to implore on you to appreciate that we must find common purpose, we must find common citizenship, we must find a South African dream so that all of us can work towards ensuring that 30 million South Africans who tonight are going to sleep without food, they can have food tomorrow. Let's not turn a theater of statesmen and stateswomen into a circus. This is a legislature and National Assembly. It cannot be turned into a circus. We are not here for purposes of political mambo-jambos. Elections are over. We need to focus and deliver services to our people. The honeymoon is over now. We are taking over.
Honorable members, order. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK? Order.
Honorable Chair, MK, I don't know what are they taking over? We object this budget. They're taking over 40%.
Thank you.
40%.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. You can't take over with 40%. But we really reject this.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. Action essay objects.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon the DA. Order. Honorable members, to my right, your member said we shouldn't turn this into a circus. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair, honourable members. The importance of the security cluster in restoring confidence in South Africa, the type of confidence which is absolutely vital to attract investment and unlock economic growth and job creation, cannot be overestimated. We can fix all the governance issues that have plagued government over the past years. We can restructure the economy and perfectly position it to deliver inclusive growth. But if we are not seen to be winning the fight against crime and corruption, none of the promise will be unlocked. If seen in isolation, the budget of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development cannot be supported. The amount made available to the NPA and our courts is simply not sufficient to properly support the administration of justice. The fact that no additional investment is to be made in crafting a truly independent corruption-fighting entity is also a massive concern. But the context in which the budget must be considered is, of course, the huge fiscal constraints under which our country operates, a situation ironically caused largely by the erosion of our crime and corruption-fighting capacity. Therefore, and also because a start, however small, was made in the past 5 years to rebuild the NPA in the fight against crime and corruption, we will give our support to this budget. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Deputy President, the Chief Whip, honorable members, and the entire South African population. House Chair, we rise as the ANC to support Budget Vote 25, for it contributes towards an effective and a functioning justice system. This budget vote gives a meaning towards what we actually call justice. It is important for the upholding of the rule of law to a proper functioning and independent NPA, which must prosecute without fear, favor, or prejudice. It is important as it supports Legal Aid South Africa, a critical entity for legal representation of accused, persons who cannot afford legal representation. We know that legal representation is critical for access to justice. This vote is in support of GBV justice. This vote is in support of GBV survivors and victims, Truth to Zela care centers. This vote supports the SIU and it fights against corruption and malfeasance. Ultimately, it contributes to our objective of a complete, safe, and peaceful South Africa. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? EFF?
We're not happy.
Honorable Ndlozi, just record your objection, please. ICT, yeah, thanks. Please proceed, Honorable Ndlozi. ICT, could you please assist? I see only red lights to my left.
House Chair, you must protect me from Joshua Doe here. I don't know what does he want from. We are calling for a division. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. Order. Honourable members, we've confirmed that the requisite quorum of members is present and we proceed. Voting will commence. The doors to the chamber will remain closed until we conclude this vote. I will now recognise whips who will give us the number of members present as well as confirm how they're voting. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The ANC is 132. Support the vote.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. 68 members present, and we vote in favour.
MK.
Thank you, House Chair. 48 members, MK object the budget.
The EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. 26 members of the EFF reject this budget.
IFP.
IFP supports with 6 members.
PA.
Thank you, House Chair. The PA supports with 7 members.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We support.
My apologies, Mr. Wessels, just repeat the number.
members, sorry.
4 members. And you are in support or objecting?
Nothing is working. 3 members in support.
3 members only in support. Thank you. Action SA?
Thank you, Chair. Action SA's 5 members support.
ACDP? We move on. UDM? Honorable Ntenja?
UTM, 2 members in favor.
Rise? Is Rise still present? Have they fallen flat? Now I see the Honorable Ghana there. Rise? A mic is on its way there. We have to get it on the record, please.
The mics are working now.
Mtramastuli arise to say that Rise Mzansi supports.
Thank you. Bosa?
Build 1SA with 1 member supports.
Thank you. ATM? Not present. Al Jamaa?
Al Jamaa, 2 members support.
NCC? We move on. PAC?
One in support.
Thank you. UIT? Don't see them. Good. Thank you. The voting session has now closed. Honourable members, the results of the division is as follows. The yeses 228, the noes 74. The question is accordingly agreed to. We move on to vote 26. I now put the vote number 26, military veterans. Declarations of vote have been requested by the ANC. Thank you. The Deputy Chief Whip indicates that we proceed. I put the vote again. Are there any objections to vote 26, military veterans? Chief Whip of the MK.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. MK object to the budget vote.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other objections? I don't see any other hands. With those objections recorded, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 27, Office of the Chief Justice. A request for declaration has been made by the ANC.
House Chair, it's Member Dugmore. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes.
Thank you. The ANC House Chair supports budget vote 27. We support this budget because the ANC has a proud record of support for an independent and strong judiciary, which is a critical component of our democracy. Our courts have proven time and again that they are independent and resilient, despite unwarranted attacks from certain quarters. Our courts seek to ensure that all people, irrespective of their financial means, are given an audience and that both sides are heard. Our courts seek to ensure that justice is accessed by all, and thus the ANC supports the judiciary, and because of that supports this vote. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The EFF.
We call for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Honourable members, we've confirmed that the quorum is still maintained. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed until voting is concluded. I will call on whips to confirm the number of members of their caucus is present and now they will be voting. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC with 132 support the vote.
DA.
House Chair, 64 members are present. We vote in favour.
MK.
MK object, Chair, with 51 votes.
Thank you. EFF. Can the roaming mic again be provided to the EFF, please?
Well, House Chair, we are 25. And, you know, we really would like to object, you see.
Thank you. IFP.
House Chair, the IFP supports with 6 votes.
Thank you, PI.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The PA supports with 7 votes.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The FF Plus supports with 4 votes.
Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA supports with 5 votes.
ICDP. UDM.
UTM 2 in support.
Rise.
Rise, support with 1 vote.
Bosa.
Bosa supports with 2 votes.
ATM. Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa supports with 2 votes.
NCC. PIC. Please assist the PIC member who's sitting to my right.
One in support.
Thank you. UAT. Good. Honourable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? If not, thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of this division in respect of vote 27 is as follows. The Ayes 226, the Noes 76. The question is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, before we move on, ICT has sent a note to request that everybody who's not about to speak, please just at all times be mindful that their microphones remain switched off. It's difficult for them to maintain the system if that's not the case. Thank you. We move on. Vote 29, Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development. No declarations of vote have been requested. Is there, I now put the vote. Is there any objection to this budget? The EFF?
Thanks, House Chair. We call for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will now be rung for 10 seconds. Honourable members, we confirm that a quorum still is intact. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed until voting is concluded. Whips must please indicate the number of members present and how they will vote on behalf of their caucuses. The ANC? Is the ANC wishing to vote?
Thanks, Chair. 132, we support the vote.
House Chair, 64 members are present. We vote in favour.
MK?
House Chair, 50, we object.
EFF?
We're 26 and we reject.
IFP?
House Chairperson, the IFP supports.
And how many members do you have present?
6 members.
Thank you. PA?
House Chair, the PA supports with 7 members.
FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. The FF Plus supports with 4 members.
Action SA?
Action SA supports 5 members.
ACDP? UDM?
UDM supports with 2 members.
RISE?
RISE supports with 1.
BOSA?
BOSA supports with 2 members.
ATM? Al-Jamar?
Al-Jamar supports with 2 members.
NCC? PIC?
In support.
How many members, Honourable Member?
1 for now.
Thank you. UIT? Good. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I see no hands. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of this division in respect of vote 29 is as follows. The ayes 226, the noes 76. The question is accordingly agreed to. Thank you. We move on. Vote 30, Communications and Digital Technology. Declaration of vote have been requested by the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I raised the matter of the mass closure of South African Post Office Centre in this country. It has long been a stable institution that afforded all South Africans a chance to access services. It was one of the pro-poor vehicles by which the poor and elderly rely on to access their income grants. This decision means that millions of South Africans who depend on post office for over-the-counter payment services and CPP services will need to find alternative ways to access their fund. Among those affected are the beneficiaries of South African Social Security Agent. SASSA support over 18 million grant recipients, including those receiving the older person's pension grant, disability grant, war veterans grant, Cape Dependence grant, Costa Child grant, child support grant top-up, and grant in aid. For now, which the closure cannot be reversed, another arrangement has been made for it.
Thank you. The ANC. Is there a declaration on behalf of the ANC?
Yes, House Chair. House Chair, the African National Congress supports vote 30 on communication and digital technologies. Welcome that over the medium term, the department will focus on coordinating rollout of broadband internet into underserviced areas through the SA Connect project. Transformation of this sector and digital inclusion remain critical to and for our socio-economic development. Therefore, we urge our government to proceed on its commitment to connect 1.5 million households with Wi-Fi, hotspot, and finalize the analog switch off by December 2024. We implore the department to engage with the regulator, that is ICASA, and the Competition Commission to ensure further reduction of data prices. Lastly, Honorable Chair, the ANC calls for the stabilization and sustainability of all entities, in particular SAPO and SAPC. Consideration must be afforded to deal with the unfunded mandate, whilst ensuring that their programs and models enable them to have a healthy balance sheet and become self-sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The FF?
Let us call for a division collectively.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Honourable members, a quorum has again been confirmed. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed until voting is concluded. Whips could inform the number of members present and indicate the vote. The ANC?
Thanks, Chair. The ANC support the vote with 129 members.
The DA?
House Chair, 68 members present. We vote in favour.
MK?
Kondo Sizwe, 50 members. We object the budget vote.
The FF?
House Chair, we're 26 and we reject this budget.
IFP?
House Chairperson, the IFP with 6 votes supports.
PA?
House Chairperson, the PA supports with 7 members.
FF Plus?
House Chair, the FF Plus supports with 4 members.
Action SA?
Action SA supports 5 members.
ACDP? UDM?
UDM supports 2 members.
RISE?
RISE supports with 1 member.
BOSA?
BOSA supports with 2 members.
ATM? Al-Jamaa?
Al-Jamaa supports with 2 members.
The NCC? The PIC?
1 in support.
UAT? Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division on vote 30 is as follows. The yeses 227, the noes 76. Vote 30 is therefore agreed to. Honourable members, we move on. I now put vote number 31, Employment and Labour. Declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon the DA.
Chair, the Democratic Alliance respects the need to work together in the GNU and to ensure that this government is functional, forward-thinking, and assists civil society in job creation. Unemployment expanded definition still hovers at 41%. The youth at almost 70%, meaning 2.5 million aspiring young South Africans have been left in the lurch. It was like a breath of fresh air to hear our President saying that we need to relax the labour market regulations and improve the quality of education. Unfortunately, social engineering, archaic as it is still on the agenda. The presidency has at last recognized that small businesses are hampered by red tape and automatic extension of collective bargaining agreements to small and new firms. They are job killers. If the DA-led Western Cape can show good governance and can grow the economy and lift South Africa out of poverty, then this can be done and replicated in every single province. Chairman, government should not be trying to create jobs, but should be active in ensuring that the environment is made conducive to job creation. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, unemployment is out of control in South Africa. And this budget vote and the budget policies that informs it is not or are not aligned to actually address unemployment in South Africa. The transformation agenda of this department has not bore any fruit with regards to inclusive growth and creating employment opportunities through a conducive environment for the majority of South Africans. We need a rethink, and in that sense, we cannot support this vote as it won't align and it won't promote a policy environment where we can actually create employment which will alleviate poverty in this country. That is why the FF Plus does not support this.
Thank you. The ANC.
House Chair, the ANC support budget 31. The government under the ANC has been working to address socio-economic issues since 1994. We affirm the critical role of the Employment and Labour Department in driving the reduction of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in South Africa. We support the department's commitment in creating decent opportunities through initiatives that foster job creation, enterprise development, preservation of jobs, and the protection of workers' rights. Despite budget cuts, the department is committed in ensuring employment opportunities. The department also plans to review the national minimum wage, impact on the economy and labor market. Therefore, Chair, the ANC support these efforts to foster economic growth and social transformation, aiming to build a prosperous nation for all South Africans. We support this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections to this budget vote? MK?
MK object to the budget vote, Chair.
EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF. Thank you.
Freedom Action SA?
Action SA objects with 4 members.
FF Plus?
FF Plus objects.
Thank you. With those objections recorded, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 32, Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. No declarations of vote have been requested. I put the vote. Are there any objections? The FF?
Please divide the House, House Chair.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you, honourable members. We confirm that a quorum is still maintained. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed until voting has concluded. Whips will now indicate the number of their members present and indicate their vote. The ANC?
ANC 131, support the vote.
The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. 64 members vote in favour.
The MK Party?
The Umkhonto were partying with 50 votes reject this budget vote.
The EFF?
The EFF has 25 members that reject
The IFP.
The IFP supports with 6.
The PA.
The PA supports with 7 members.
FF Plus.
FF Plus supports with 4 members.
Action SA.
Action SA supports 4 members.
The ACDP. UDM.
UDM 2 members support.
RISE.
RISE is rising to support with half of the caucus present, 1 member.
Thank you. BOSA.
BOSA supports with 2 members.
ATM. Al Jamaa.
Al Jamaa supports with 2 members.
The NCC. The PIC.
1 in support.
UAT. Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division in respect of vote 32 is as follows. The yeses 224, the noes 75. Vote number 32 therefore has been agreed to. We move on. I now put vote number 33, human settlements. No declarations of votes have been requested. I put the vote. Are there any objections? The MK?
Honourable Chair, the Condoes is a party object the budget vote.
Thank you. The EFF?
And we are asking for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order. Order, honourable members. Any party has the right to call for a division. Order. Honourable the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Can we have order? Thank you. Okay. Honourable members, we are satisfied that the quorum is still maintained. Voting will commence. The doors will remain closed until voting has concluded. Whips will confirm the number of their members present and indicate their vote. The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. The ANC with 128 support the vote.
Thank you. Honourable members, can we please have a bit of quiet? The table staff can't hear when votes are recorded in the midst of such noise. Order. The DA.
House Chair, 63 members are present and we vote in favour.
MK.
House Chair, 50 members, we object to the budget vote.
EFF.
The EFF, we are 25 and we are voting against.
IFP.
IFP supports with 6.
PA.
House Chairperson, the PA supports with 7 members.
FF Plus.
House Chair, the FF Plus supports with 4 members.
Action SA.
Action SA supports with 4 members.
ACDP. UDM.
UDM support with 2 members.
RISE.
1 member of RISE supports.
BOSA.
BOSA supports with 2 members.
ATM. Al Jamaa.
Al Jamaa supports with 2 members.
NCC. PIC.
1 in favour.
UAT. Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division in respect of vote 33 is as follows. The yeses 220, the noes 75. Vote number 33 is accordingly agreed to. Thank you. We move on to vote number 35, Science and Innovation, I now put the vote. No declarations of vote have been requested. Are there any objections? The FF?
Please note the rejection of the EFF.
Thank you. MK?
House Chair, I think we did this budget vote earlier.
Yeah, we
Started
did.
with it.
Yeah. We
Flory
did it,
was the one harassing us on it.
No, we
in fact,
did it, but we don't mind to object it for the second time. We objected, House Chair.
Please note the objection of the EFF as well.
Yeah. Honourable members, we only dealt with the budget vote report this morning, not yet the vote on the actual vote on the budget. MK, did you want to register an objection?
Yes, sir, we register our objection.
Thank you. Any other party? I don't see. Yes, Action SA?
Action SA objects.
Thank you. With those objections having been recorded, this vote is agreed to. I now put the vote for vote number 30, the question for vote number 36, small business development. There is a declaration of vote request from the UDM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chairperson, APA is the underfunding of this department, which remains a perennial challenge. Long before, when I still used to serve in the committee, for an example, they used to get about 2.2 billion rands, more or less. A couple of years after, in the Ishili committee, it's 2.4 billion rands, down from 2.5 billion rands, which is a challenge. CBS has go to the funding gap. President Ramaphosa has cited it many times to be about 350 billion rands. Kungakuhle uba kunobonakala le partnership phakathi kwe-private sector norhulumente in trying to raise the funding that is required for abantu bakuthi. The other issue which is very important for us is the Global Startup Index, which we should be looking at. Sibona ukuthi ezi zidlango ziba kwi-top 10 kwi-Global Startup Index zindoni that they are doing well in trying to create an environment that's conducive for small businesses ukuthi ziqale. And funding models. Minister, it's actually disappointing to me to see that what used to happen when I was still a banker, probably like 15 years ago, where when isifa is 70 intermediaries, ufumanisa ukuthi baya overcharge in terms of interest rates. It used to happen when I was a banker. I saw an incident where in one of the provinces is still happening, when in fact urhulumente igaranta le mali, it's risk-free for the private sector. The other issue about Chairperson Count Kusel, can I be protected?
Honourable Member, you are protected. Honourable Members, please give Honourable Kwankwa an opportunity.
They are not drowning me, but they are drowning me out as I'm speaking here in front. Thank you. The sale of the production and the sale of counterfeit goods, especially as Lokshini, is a serious problem. It constitutes, in fact, a drain on our fiscus because the 200 billion rands that we are spending on social grants, where these counterfeit goods, tax is not paid, but then we lose the money again as remittance out of the country because abantu abathengisa are illegal immigrants, most of them, who have no regard for our laws, no regard for bylaws. They do as they please. Kukwavula zibuke, kwaxhele yakhe akabuzwa. Abantwana bethu umzekelo bendiseqoboqobo ndithetha phana kukho abantwana abatye ukutya expirishileyo. Kukho abantwana besibhedlele ngenxa yaloo nto. Awusoze kuyibona imidigi lana ithetha ngezonto because ngabantu abamnyama in the main. Kufuneka sikhusele ilokishi zethu. The other issue, Minister, is predatory pricing is predatory pricing, whether it's done by a few people who come together, buy in bulk in order to price the competitor out of the market. It's what is happening. It should be regulated because illegally, what they do, they buy in bulk, drive other competitors out of the market. Because bazgroupa together into a monopoly. And if we're not going to protect the market for abantu bakuthi sabasengxakini about unemployment and other problems and socio-economic challenges, ezibangela ukuthi okwangwa ba-hijack bafakwe ezibhutini. Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA, Honourable Member, you have only 51 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, by the end of our time here together, the war cry for spaza for locals will be ringing in all of our ears. Minister, we've heard GNU leaders from the President to the Premier of Gauteng saying that you are going to prioritize township and rural economies. We are going to hold you to that. We are watching this space. You have promised the people of South Africa that we are going to put them first and that you're going to prioritize locals in that regard. We want the township economy back. We want our spazas back in the hands of our people, and we're going to hold you to that. So I repeat, hashtag spaza for locals, and we are unrelenting, unapologetic about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress support Budget Vote 36 of the Appropriations Bill 5/2024, Section 77. The ANC has confidence that the programs and budget of the department, while being too small, will ensure supportive legislation and policy environment for the growth of small, medium, and micro enterprises. The entities under the department must support the growth and sustainability of small, medium, and micro enterprises as well as cooperatives by leading and coordinating an integrated approach to entrepreneurship, development, and promotion. Financial support to SMMEs must lead to sustainability rather than long-term debt. The ANC has confidence that the small business sector will improve and the development of the sector will further occur in this financial year. The sector makes an important contribution to the economy, fiscals, and job creation in the microeconomy. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The EFF.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you, honourable members. The quorum is still maintained. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain closed until voting has concluded. Whips will be requested to confirm the number of their members present and how they will be voting. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC support with 132 votes.
The DA.
House Chair, 72 members are present and we vote in favour.
MK.
House Chair, with 50 members from MK, we object the budget vote.
The EFF.
House Chair, 25 members, and we are voting again.
IFP.
House Chair, the IFP supports with 6.
The PA.
House Chair, the PA supports with 7 members.
The FF Plus.
House Chair, the FF Plus supports with 4 members.
Action SA.
Action SA on behalf of the people of South Africa supports with 4 members.
ICDP. UDM.
UDM 2, voting in support.
RISE.
RISE 1, support.
BOSA.
BOSA is in support with 2 members.
ATM. Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in support.
NCC. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT. Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Chair.
I see a hand there, honourable member.
Chair, just for the record, the head count of the EFF shows that there are 15 members, not 25. Thank you.
Honourable Whip of the EFF, do you want to recount your members and confirm?
Even the whip is
Can
not
you
yet.
please ask the
Can ICT again please assist, or one of the roving mics?
House Chair, we are 25. That man is being malicious and he just wants to appear on TV. Thank you.
Thank you. As we depend on Chief Whips, we will accept that. Honourable members, the outcome of the division in respect of vote 36 is as follows. The yeses 233, the noes 75. Vote 36 is accordingly agreed to. We move on. I now put vote number 37, Sport, Arts and Culture. No declarations of vote have been requested. I put the question. Are there any objections to this vote? MK?
House Chair, MK object to the budget vote 37.
Thank you. EFF? Thank you. We don't have that on the record yet.
House Chair, we are objecting and we are calling for division. The stem must fall.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. We've confirmed that a quorum of members will be called upon to indicate the number of their members present. I hope they're really counting and indicate how they will be voting for or against. The ANC?
Thanks, Chair. The ANC support with 133.
The DA?
House Chair, 70 members are present and we vote in favour.
MK?
House Chair, 50 members from MK, we object the budget vote.
The EFF?
House Chair, 25, and we object. 24, and we object.
24, thank you. The IFP?
House Chair, the IFP supports with 6.
The PA?
House Chair, the PA supports with 7 members.
Thank you. The FF Plus?
Baie dankie, hy is voorsitter. Ons is 4 lede en ons ondersteun.
Thank you. Action SA?
Action SA, there are 4 of us and we support.
ACDP? UDM?
Two, Chair, voting in support.
RISE?
Rise 1, support.
BOSA?
BOSA with 2 supports.
ATM? Al-Jamaa?
Al-Jamaa with 2 supports.
NCC? PAC? Yes, the minister with a roving mic there.
Oh, 1 in favor.
Thank you. UAT? Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I don't see any hands. Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
in the tour. He will be replaced by Northwest Dragons fast bowler Miguel Pretorius.
The Parliament adequately reflects the new government that will take the custodianship of the country's affairs for the next 5 years. The GNU has successfully drawn compromise, tolerance, and in some ways, Ubuntu Buttu is trying to be inclusive of diversity. If you look at the persons holding certain positions, you will see that it is a mixture of many different parties, big and small in numbers, that fills positions of authority and decision-making. We are a growing and flourishing democracy, and there must be opposition. The IFP, as a partner of the GNU, welcomes, encourages, and hopes that a constructive opposition is formed whereby the GNU will listen and take note of legitimate concerns. The IFP for many years has sat in the benches of opposition, and we have always maintained that what South Africa needs is a constructive opposition and not one that is destructive. The IFP, as a partner of the GNU, will never sell its values and principles to families of state capture and will always maintain a safe distance from After all, development means service for the people, not for the individuals. We will champion the most ethical and best practice standards when it comes to dealing with the roles of this House. We are steadfast in the commitment in service delivery to our people and will not tolerate any party or persons who acts in a manner that can deprive any South African from enjoying the rights as prescribed in the Constitution of 1996. The GNU is
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The IFP, Honourable House Chairperson, supports the report of the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance, do you have a declaration?
Thanks, House Chairperson. Sorry, we do not.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus appreciates this process. We want to thank the Rules Committee and also the Subcommittee on Rules for this process of adapting the rules of Parliament to the changing and dynamic political environment. This election proved that multi-party governments is the future and is a reality. And these amendments to the rules are an adaptation to that. We need to adapt to these realities, but Chairperson, we also need to appreciate the fact that opposition does not equate to oversight. It's not the same thing. All parties in Parliament, whether they are part of the government or not, are here to provide oversight over the executive and to hold them accountable to the people. And that is our role, and that should be our role. It's also ironic, Chairperson, that the Honourable Ndlozi stands here and talks about the Constitution, yet he is part of a regressive caucus that's here to undermine the Constitution, who does not believe in the Constitution. The Government of National Unity is here to uphold constitutional democracy and the rule of law. That is what we are here for. We cannot allow that parties are here to not uphold the rule of law and not to act in the interest of a constitutional democracy which were fought hard for and for the people out there. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to think about our history and ensure that what Tata Madiba did for all of us should not be diluted. When Tata formed a government of national unity, he had a majority in Parliament. And we can now not reduce that act of benevolence to unite the nation to using a term of national unity when we do not have a majority. We should not take the question of unity for this country lightly. We are highly divided, and we need to reserve that term when it can be used appropriately. As many have said, our constitution refers to a multi-party democracy. And we need, and I was heartened by the words of the chief whip on the first day when he said, this is a coalition. There is no shame in having a coalition government that ensures that this country can have a government. But we should not use the issue of unity lightly. When we know that we are divided, we should have a concerted effort as MPs elected by the people to ensure the path of a better South Africa is not dimmed by misuse of political terms. The fact that I've just arrived does not mean I don't have a brain. And a brain for me is something to be cherished and used. We wish our government success, but we need to use terms appropriately.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP. The UDM.
I, Chairperson,
Thank you. Rice.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. There's unanimity in the Rise Mzansi caucus that's present today to support this report. So as Rise Mzansi, we support this report. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bosa.
Build 1SA welcomes the report and welcomes the opportunity for there to be a distinctive voice of accountability in Parliament. As Build 1SA, we welcome and support the report. Thank you.
The ATM. Al-Jama.
We thank the Deputy Chief Whip, but we have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. NCC. The PAC. UAT. Good. And the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, Honorable Slamlela yesterday did mention that there is danger when powerful people are conversing. You are busy with ice cubes and making braai somewhere. You will speak out of turn and miss the spirit in which this debate is about. This debate, through consensus, we have agreed on definitions despite not holding the same perspective on the matter of Honorable Judge Hlophe to be the leader of the opposition, as well as the chief whip of the largest party. But if you come to meetings without authority, you will speak in turn and not where we are. We are confident that through the adopted rules, we will be able to have the necessary structures and systems to hold the executive to account and to manage the business of Parliament. We must also state that political parties are inherently adversarial and are opponents and not enemies. We all contested against each other and the voice of the people has prevailed. The ANC made a call to serve, and we shall continue to provide the societal leadership role to tackle unemployment, equality, and poverty. As the ANC, we affirm the principle of proportionality and principle ensuring representativity in all structures and decisions we take. We need to always take into consideration a balance of the two. As the ANC will work with the opposition parties and implore that our interactions should always be premised on placing our efforts to constructively critique the national executive and debate with the ANC based on the balance of evidence. The ANC is committed to continue to serve the people of South Africa through the government of national unity, working with all South Africans to build a non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous South Africa. We have further resolved that the rules will always be adapted as new evidence or when conditions change. The rules are not static and will continually be reviewed in this House. The ANC supports the report, and we want to say that Government of National Unity will see beyond 2 years. We won't be told by those that are making a fictitious, what we call progressives. This is what is going to implode because, as you can see, this side is led by the Reds, and the Reds did not gather enough votes to lead. That's why every time they come and tell the MK what to do. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, order. I now put the motion again. Are there any objections? No objections. The report is agreed to. Honourable members, I request members now to stand and wait for the chairperson and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.